necessary points. Colonel Prinsloo, would you turn to page 2 of your statement?
I am the Commissioner.
Yeah. Do you confirm that this is your statement or based on your instructions?
That's correct.
Could you then turn to page 27 of that same file?
That's correct, Commissioner.
Is that your signature?
That's correct, Commissioner.
Thank you. In terms of process, what we're going to do, I would like to take you through the statement. As we go through, just in the interest of time, we'll try and not interrupt you. I will try that. But however, we will have some questions here and there as we go along.
That's correct.
You'll see that there are also annexes to your statement.
Yes.
Commissioners, you have the annexes. We'll refer. Thank you, Chairperson. We should have a file that will be utilized today that is before you, and then there's another file for the witness. And then additionally, we've placed exhibits behind you, which will utilize, and I'll refer to them as we go. The statement appears at page 1 of your first file, or the main file. I will take the witness through his statement, but I just want to contextualize where he fits in. I think it's important that we do so. General Flynn testified yesterday about the protocols and what has to happen in drug seizures and other drug-related activities that, in terms of the law. So I will not be going or rehashing that aspect, save to correct one thing perhaps, not even a correction. There is a use of the instruction note of 2017, but it's national instruction, as it were. But there's the one of instruction 2021. It's basically an amendment of the instruction, of the national instruction, but the wording that is used is absolutely the same. So I don't think it's necessary to just do a comparison and jumping from. The wording is what is important, or the law, as it were. I hope that will not be an issue.
What's the issue, Mrs. Kakane? Because General Musikidi had referred to paragraph 12.
Yes.
And we were wondering whether there was an incorrect reference, and I asked, is it not because this was amended and the paragraphs may have moved around?
Yes, that's exactly the case.
Substance of the provision is the same. It's just that it's no longer in 8, it's now in 12.
Indeed, Commissioner Kumalo. So, but the wording and, as I say, the prescripts of the law is exactly the same. What is supposed to be happening about preserving exhibits, sealing of the exhibits, labeling of the exhibits, save for necessary points. Colonel Prinsloo, would you turn to page 2 of your statement?
I am the Commissioner.
Yeah. Do you confirm that this is your statement or based on your instructions?
That's correct.
Could you then turn to page 27 of that same file?
That's correct, Commissioner.
Is that your signature?
That's correct, Commissioner.
Thank you. In terms of process, what we're going to do, I would like to take you through the statement. As we go through, just in the interest of time, we'll try and not interrupt you. I will try that. But however, we will have some questions here and there as we go along.
That's correct.
You'll see that there are also annexes to your statement.
Yes.
Commissioners, you have the annexes. We'll refer to them. The majority of the annexes that we will be utilizing so as to demonstrate the security features of the DPCI officers attached at the beginning, and we'll go through them and flight them accordingly. Colonel, could you then start with paragraph 1 of your statement?
I'm an adult male residing in Port Shepstone. I'm a retired member of the Directorate for Priority Crime Investigation, known as the DPCI, also known as the Hawks. At the time I retired, I held the rank of Lieutenant Colonel. Save where otherwise stated or where it appears from the context to the contrary, the facts contained herein are within my personal knowledge and are to the best of my knowledge and belief, both true and correct, and I do swear positively thereto. I depose the statement to assist the Judicial Commission of Inquiry into criminality, political interference, and corruption in the criminal justice system, arising from the specific allegations made public by Lieutenant General Madlanga on the 6th of July 2025, the Commission. Background and appointment. I've been based at the DPCI Port Shepstone office, which is situated at number 2 Princess Elizabeth Drive in Port Shepstone, since 2004. This was before the establishment of the DPCI, which happened in 2009, as I will elaborate below. I must state that the DPCI Port Shepstone office is not a police station. There exists a separate Port Shepstone police station, which is approximately 5 kilometers inland from where the DPCI offices are. The office is about 110 kilometers from Isipingo. The relevance of this will be apparent later on. I started my law enforcement career in 1984. I did basic training in policing at the Pretoria West Police College for 6 months. After completing my training, I was posted at the Port Shepstone Police Station in the charge office, dealing with public complaints. In January 1986, I joined the Port Shepstone Dog Unit. It's called K9 Unit now. Thereafter, in 1998, I joined the South African Narcotics and Alcohol Bureau. It was called SANAB, S-A-N-A-B. We were based at Shelley Beach. That's about 15 kilometers other side of Port Shepstone. This SANAB was a specialized unit. However, it was later closed at the end of 2003. At the beginning of 2004, a special unit was established dealing with organized crime. It was called the Organized Crime Unit. I joined that unit, which was then located separately from the Port Shepstone Police Station. This unit focused on cash in transit, firearm-related crimes, vehicle crimes, and wildlife investigation. The unit operated at the same office as the current Port Shepstone DPCI office. The unit later became housed within the DPCI when the DPCI was established in 2009. Brigadier Newswa was then the unit commander of that unit. Accordingly, I reported to him. In terms of ranking in 2004, I was a warrant officer. In 2010, I was promoted to the rank of lieutenant. In 2012, I was promoted to captain. In 2019, I was promoted to lieutenant colonel, and I reported to then unit commander of Port Shepstone, Brigadier Newswa. He was a lieutenant colonel at that stage. Brigadier Newswa was promoted around 2012, and shortly thereafter he left and he was promoted to a post in Klerksdorp in Northwest. After Brigadier Newswa had left, I reported to Brigadier Dube, who was the then provincial commander. Brigadier Dube was also later retired, and she was succeeded by Colonel W.S. Mhlongo. After some time, Brigadier Nyuswa returned as provincial commander. I reported to him until I retired. Before Major General Sonona joined as the provincial head, Major General Zikali was the provincial head of the DPCI in KZN. The latter took early retirement. Brigadier Mbata acted for a few months until Major General Sonona was appointed around August 2020. I might be mistaken on the date, but I think that was the date. He was appointed as the provincial head for DPCI KZN.
Second, can we please clarify that date? It's very important because I think the witness yesterday, when referring to the January 2021 break-ins, said General Sonona was not yet appointed. So can we just please clarify the exact date when General Sonona was appointed? Because I'm now hearing the witness here is saying he is also not sure, but it could be this date.
Commissioner, it was definitely in 2020.
Definitely 2020.
Yes.
Okay, yes, that's the date, yes, around August. Just before we proceed, just to take what Commissioner Kumalo is saying, at the time that General Sonona would have, or Major General Sonona would have taken office, would he have been briefed about the office, your office, and other operational matters?
Commissioners, I would think so. General Sonona, with his management structure, they had weekly meetings, and I am sure they would have briefed him.
And when did you first meet General Sonona, Major General Sonona, for the first time?
I think it was within the same week that he was appointed. He called all the commissioned officers to the provincial office, and he was introduced to us. Later on, he visited each unit and got to know all the members as well. But I think that was within a week that he called all of us there.
Okay, thank you. Let's proceed to the next topic of the provincial commander, so that we understand the structure between the provincial commander and provincial head.
The DPCI has different departments in each province. During my time there, it was the following departments. The biggest one was a serious corruption investigation. They were dealing with public and private sector fraud, corruption, and corruption within the justice, crime prevention, and security cluster. And there was a serious commercial crime investigation. They were dealing with banking crimes, government fraud, counterfeit goods. And then the biggest one was a serious organized crime investigation, dealing with drug trafficking, human trafficking, kidnapping, cash in transit, police murders, crimes against the state, and priority crime, specialized investigation, dealing with financial investigation, asset forfeitures, cyber-related crimes, and forensic investigations. Priority crime management center, dealing with analysis, notebook profiling, and threat assessments. And then your corporate support service, dealing with supply chain management, human resource management, and financial services. Each of these departments' components are led by a provincial commander, normally at the rank of brigadier. I was in the serious organized crime investigation, which has currently 5 units in KwaZulu-Natal. Each of these units has a unit commander who reports to the provincial commander, Brigadier Nyuswa. He is the provincial commander for serious organized crime investigation. He in turn reports to the DPCI provincial head, currently being Major General Sonona. Brigadier Nuswa is based at the provincial office in Durban. During 2021, I was the acting unit commander and reported to Brigadier Nuswa. The command structure in the police is very strict. I am obliged to follow the instructions and commands of my commander, failing which I can face serious consequences. This is because ill discipline is regarded as a serious issue within the law enforcement service. I cannot ignore or disregard the instruction or commands. Further,
I'm certain you are referring to lawful instructions or commands.
That is correct, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Further, I have to respect the decision of my commander, whether I agree or not. It is not my responsibility to second game or try to change them. My role is to report to him, and one has to assume that such decisions are informed. DPCI Port Shepstone.
Unnecessary. I just want you to explain the consequences that you would have been exposed to or that you would face if you were to contradict the commands or instructions of your commander. That's the first point that I'd like you to address.
As the Commissioner said, if it's a lawful command or instruction, I've got to do it. I cannot ignore it. There will be serious consequences for me.
And what are those?
Most likely, I will be charged departmentally.
Okay.
Sorry, Colonel, surely that doesn't mean that you may not express an opinion. If you have an opinion, and maybe let's bring it home to what you are coming to testify about, that if you had 2 storage rooms, we know, and one was chosen to store the consignment, if you thought the second room, the alternative room, was the better choice, surely you could express that view. Your obligation to follow instruction cannot mean that you can't say, I think this is a better room. Finally, you must follow the instruction if your commander insists that the first room that they chose is the correct room. But am I wrong to say you can express a view?
You are correct, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just before we move on, also on the same point, as a member of the service, would I be correct that you would have been bound by the national instructions and applicable prescripts?
That is correct,
Thank
Commissioner.
you. That's fine. Please proceed to Section D.
As I stated above, I've been stationed at the DPCI Port Shepstone office since 2004, before the establishment of the DPCI. I was the most senior and had been at that building since we moved into it. During 2021, I was the acting unit commander and ultimately responsible for the unit based at Port Shepstone. The office is a 2-story building with a ground floor and a first floor. The DPCI is renting the building from a Mr. Kamisa. The DPCI office is not a police station. It is for administration and operates during working hours. It operates between 07:30 in the morning and 1600 hours during weekdays. It is normally closed on weekdays and public holidays. Only DPCI members and staff are permitted in the offices, and the access is controlled. During my tenure, we had a problem. At that stage, approximately 14 members, plus 4 administrative staff that comprised 2 cleaners and 2 admin people. Both members and staff are security vetted. The office building was accessible from the street. However, access to it was through the use of a code. The code was universal and not unique. All of us had the single code, the same code. The gate was not manned. If anyone would obtain a code, they would obviously get into the office building. I must also point out that there was no system to know who had used the code for access. The code would sometimes be changed if a member retires or leaves service. In some instances, although not all, it would also be changed after a break-in or an incident. The DPCI office could be accessed from the driveway used by members to drive into the parking area at the side of the building. There are stairs which leads to the first floor. Some members, like myself, use this entrance instead of the main entrance. The office was in a business area and shared a perimeter with a hardware store, a Herald newspaper office, there was a mortuary, and the liquor authority, which only operates during the week. There was a serviced electric fence around the perimeter fence, save for the part which was bordering the liquor authority. Obviously, when there was load shedding, the electric fence would not work. The office had no generator or electric backup. There was no cameras or beams outside the office. Further, there was no alarm system monitoring movement on the outside or exterior of the building. Turning to the inside, there was a reception area which was not manned due to the limited staff that we had. At the ground floor and first floor were offices. The two walk-in safes, strong rooms, were on the ground floor. The safe was not accessible from the outside of the building. I attach here 2 copies of the photos of the building and surroundings. These are marked JJP 1.1 to JJP 1.18.
So, sorry, I would like us to just go through some of the photos that you annex to their flight that if you can have a look. Just briefly, I'd like you to take us through some of them, one being the first one, photo 1, and perhaps explain the layout.
Commissioners, that's a front view of the offices. The front entrance is to the left in front of those 2 vehicles that are parked there. If you look to the left of that, there's the stairs going up to the first floor. I would normally use those stairs there to go to the office. My office was that one with a window open when this photo was taken. As commissioners can see, there's the street Princess Elizabeth Drive right adjoining the building there, just behind the 2 vehicles parked there. I go to the second one. There we can see the driveway with a gate there.
And who had access to, who had the locks for that gate?
Most of our members had it's a padlock, had a copy of the key for that.
So the 18 members or the 18 staff each had a key?
Not admin, because they've got no need to go there. It's just the operational members.
The 14 of you?
Yeah.
Okay.
We make use of the garage and everything to park vehicles in.
Okay. You see there's, I think, what would call some poster or label of a security company. affixed, it's a poster affixed to the wall.
That was still when it was National Fire and Safety, whatever it was called, that was still their sign.
Okay. Still at this page, could you then explain to us what's the gray building?
The first one, if you see right in your corner, there's an electric box there.
Yes.
That first section there, that's a liquor authority.
That's the liquor authority.
And then the one that's got another floor, similar to ours, got the first floor. In there is Vodacom is in there, as well as an attorney firm, as well as these people that install fiber.
Okay. And at the back of the office, of your office,
If you look through that
through the gate.
through the gate there, we've got a little storeroom there, and then behind that there was a mortuary.
Okay. And was this area patrolled at the time?
This whole area there at the electric fence.
No, I'm saying there were security patrols around your office.
At what time was that, sir?
Not at 24 hours.
No such thing.
All right, turn to page 3, that is photo 3.
Sorry, Commissioner, if I can just go back to that, page 2. If you look at the right-hand top window, you can see there's a spotlight there. It comes on at night. Then it illuminates the whole front section there where the cars are parked. If we go to photo 3, that's just that gate there.
If you look at this photo 3, just after you open the gate, there's a door to your left.
You'll see it better in photo 4. There it's clear.
Yes, indeed.
I just wanted to show on photo 3 below that air conditioning unit there, there's also a light there.
Yes.
It comes on at night, it illuminates this driveway gate.
Turn to photo 4.
Commissioners, photo 4,
Is that still part of your building?
sorry,
Is that still part of the building, photo 4?
that's still part of the building. That first 2 wooden doors you see there, there's some roof tiles in front of them. That's just the air conditioning system that's housed in there. That's not part of the building.
Could you access the office using this?
No. It's for that unit alone. If you look at that second wooden doors there, that is where we'll come in later, through which we took the drugs in before it went into the storeroom. Then, there also you can see there's also a spotlight there. It works on a day, night. It's just above that one window there. And
So it would follow that if there's no electricity, that day-night switch won't work.
well,
Okay.
then you can see the garage door there on the left. As well, there's like a carport there and a little storeroom.
Could you go to photo 8? I think we've gotten the idea. So this is the inside.
Before you discuss photo 8, the access through the stairs, the one that you say you use to go to the first floor, is that door controlled? Does it have a code, or it's just a key to go in?
It's got a key and a code for the security gate. Same as the bottom. Bottom
Same-
works
same as
exactly the
bottom.
same.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Madlanga. Then if you go to photo 8, just the first thing you see is that security gate. Would that be the one from the outside?
That is correct.
Okay, so when you walk in into the office.
That's how you enter the office, yes, sir. There's a sliding glass door there, which from the outside you cannot see through. It's tinted, but from inside you can see out.
And you told us the reception was not met.
No, because of manpower.
Okay. Go to photo 9.
Photo 9 is if you stand at that reception and you look down, you see a wooden door right in the end there. That's the office door of Warrant Officer B.J. Pinar's office. We'll deal with that one later in my statement.
Just before we go to photo 10, what was the rationale of not having the reception manned? Is it staff shortages or?
Staff shortages.
Okay, thank you. Go to photo 10.
I wonder what the correct verb these days is for manned. I don't, perhaps personed. I should coin that verb myself. No, let's continue.
Thank you, Chairperson. Okay. Go to photo 10.
Photo 10 is if you get to that office of Warrant Officer B.J. Pinar and you turn right, then you've got that passage. There you can see the first strong room. It's room 22 on your right. And then where the second fire extinguisher is, that is the second walk-in safe. And the security gate and wooden door in the end, that's the one I pointed out previously in the photos. That's where we entered on the night that the day that the drugs was brought to the office.
Okay, just so that we understand, as you walk in from the door, the exit door, the first door or the first safe would have been room 22.
No. This, from where I'm standing now when I took this photo,
Yes.
the first one there on my right, that's room 22.
Okay. So when you come in via the external door, the wooden door that you showed us, it would have been the second door. Room 22 would be the second door.
That's correct.
Thank you. Could you then go to page 11? Could you take us through this aerial view of the surroundings?
Commissioner, there you can also see that photo where the two vehicles were standing. That was the DPCI offices. Behind it, you can see that was where the mortuary was. On the right of us, the smaller of that red roof building, that's where the liquor authority is. The one that's also 2 floors similar than us, that's where Vodacom and the attorney firm and the people doing the fiber, they are in that building. Next to them, that white building, there are a lot of cars there. That is the South Coast Herald newspaper. And then on the left of our office, that big building there, that's the Department of Human Settlement.
And what about the hardware store? Wasn't there mention of a hardware somewhere?
The hardware store.
Commissioner, is it possible for us to go to the other photo? I forgot.
Commissioners and Chairperson, That's exhibit CJC 199. It should be behind you. It's an A3 page.
I raise this because I think there was a suggestion that entry into your building was probably gained through the hardware store, or at least the yard.
Thank you,
I
Chairperson.
hope my recollection is correct.
Commissioner, that is correct. It was a hardware shop at that in 2021. Subsequent to that, the hardware shop, they moved out, and it was then taken over by the Department of Human Settlement. But there is a photo, a Google Earth photo of 2021 that shows what it looked like then.
That's CJC 199, Commissioners. You'll see it's a Google Earth photo. While it's dated 30 October, it's dated 30 October 2021. But that would have been the layout as it existed in November still.
Thank you.
Could you then take us through, just to address what the chairperson is inquiring about the layout?
There were those, Commissioner, if you can see on that photo there, you can see at then that stage it was still a hardware store. There was round concrete pipes that were stored there. It's visible on that photo. But on the recent photos, you can see where that used to be. They've now built garages there. And they've built a car wash and a little house there for they've got 24-hour security guards there.
Mr. Skakani, I think we are lost. What pictures are we looking at now that the colonel is describing?
Okay.
Page 11.
So if you look at page 11 is how it exists. No, don't put that away. So CJC 199 is, yes. That's what he's going through as it existed at the time of the break-in. Page 11 of the main file is how the office surroundings are currently. What we were dealing with is so that at the time when this break-in happened is to explain what was around the offices. In terms of layout, it's just the business offices that have changed. And Kenneth was just taking us through the hardware part and the fact that there were concrete pipes. If you compare CJC 199 and 11 and page 11, that's where you would see the difference of the car wash and the car park.
Okay. The concrete pipes that you are referring to on page 199, is that those white things that we see there?
That is correct, Commissioner.
Okay.
They use those pipes when they build normally verandas and stuff like that. They fill them with concrete, those pipes. Yeah, that's what those are.
Just to...
You are referring to the box-like things
Yes.
on there. All right, thank you.
If I may just perhaps ask the commissioners to go to page 127 of the file. Just would these be the pipes that you're referring to?
Those are exactly the same pipes, Commissioner.
Please continue with CJC 199 and your description there.
That, Commissioners, that is what it looks like at that stage. According to this photo, was taken on the 30th of October 2021.
And you say currently there's 24-hour patrol currently.
They've got 24-hour security guards there.
Where the DPCI office?
No, those Department of Human Settlement.
Okay, so the DPCI office, does it have any security?
It's got nothing.
As we speak?
It's got nothing.
To date?
To date, the alarm doesn't even work anymore.
Okay.
Maybe an earlier question then. When did you retire?
I retired at the end of May 2025, Commissioner. It's a year ago.
Okay, and you are able to say, as at today, they still don't have security in the alarm?
I was there Monday and Tuesday to get documents for this
see.
commission, and I just speak to them.
Thank you.
And if we then go back to page 11, we see, I think that's a better view of the office layout. Would the businesses that you said still exist?
All the buildings are still there. It's just the mortuary. It's not being used as a mortuary anymore. It's a different business now.
Okay. What is it?
Bread gets delivered there and then it's distributed again from there. So it's not a bakery as such. Breads are baken off-site and it's just packaged into smaller trucks and distributed from there.
That was after 2021.
That's correct, Commissioner.
Right. If we look at the layout also, what we see is, if you compare CJC 199 and page 11, we see that there's I wouldn't call it a forest per se, but a lot of trees. It may well be a forest, but there are bushes around. Are they still there?
They're still there, Commissioner.
Okay. And in terms of security, it would seem that there is no barrier from that forest to your offices.
No, there's nothing, Commissioner.
Okay. So someone can just walk across, or they can,
Correct,
they can
Commissioner.
observe you as you leave and then come in.
Correct, Commissioner.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioners. Unless there's anything, I think I don't want to belabor the point. I think I'd like us to go back to the statement. We were at we just finished at paragraph 24 of your statement. Can we then go to paragraph 25?
As the unit commander, I was ordinary control of the office. However, given the tasks and my other responsibilities, I had delegated the responsibility to control of the safes to Warrant Officer A.B. van den Berg. I attach hereby a copy of the handing over certificate in this regard, JJP 2.
And what's the process with this handing over? Is it in terms of permissions? Who is involved in the process? Can you just yourself just delegate Warrant to Van den Berg?
Yes, I can, Commissioner. So what this would entail is this official form Z543. It's got to be completed. Where
Perhaps let's go to page 19 and you take us through that, which is the handing over certificate. That's your JJP 2. You can then take us through that form.
it's for
Firstly, the application, the form you said you would fill in first.
Z543.
This is the form.
That's correct. That's correct, Commissioner. You can see there's the strong room. It's got a serial number, C1004670. That's room 22. And then my own details, and I hand it over to Warrant Officer Van den Berg. The 2 keys for the doors handed over to him. My signature appears there, and the date, the address of the office, and then the date, 2019, the 12th of November. And then Warrant Officer Van den Berg's details is there, that he receives it from me, he signs it, the address, it's dated again, and my signature as a unit commander is there again. And that proves that I handed everything, he checked everything that was supposed to be in that safe, that it is in that safe. And a occurrence book entry is also made. The OB number is there, it's 22/11/2019.
Ordinarily, who has access to this safe?
After this, only Warrant Officer Van den Berg. So he's got the keys.
And officially, without him, no one should access the safe?
No.
Okay, thank you. Can we then go to?
Sorry, what exactly does that mean? Does it mean only he can go into the safe, or they must go through him? He gives the key and you could have asked for the key and went into the safe without him, or he has to be, one possibility is only he can go into the safe. So if you wanted anything, you would have to ask him. That's the one possibility. The other possibility is that you have to go through him and he has to accompany you into the safe. The third is you just take the key and you go alone. What does it mean that he's in control?
Only he accesses that safe. He's got the keys, doesn't give it to anybody else, not even me as the commander. I had to inspect the official firearms that's housed in that safe weekly. I would get hold of him. He would open up for me. Whilst he's there, I will inspect the firearms. Once I'm done, make a OB entry, sign the firearm register, and then I leave and he locks the safe. Keys are always with him. Doesn't give it to anybody else.
So no one should ever be in the safe without Van den Berg being there?
No, no, Commissioner, nobody should.
Thank you.
Now, sorry, in the light of this discussion, I know you are coming to this later with regard to General Sinona, Brigadier Nyuswa, and the rest of the team arriving to deliver the cocaine. I'm interested, there was this formality between you and Warrant Officer Van den Berg, formal handing over with signatures, but the evidence in regard to the handing over of the keys seems to be that the keys were simply handed over to Ed to. Can you explain how that handing over took place? They are there, the drugs are put into room 22, is it? And once everything is done, the keys are simply handed over to Brigadier Nyuswa.
Thank you, Commissioner. Once I was contacted by Brigadier Nyuswa to make a safe available for them to bring it.
Yeah, don't go into much detail, just the handing over of the keys, because you are still going to discuss the rest when you come to that part of the statement.
We removed all the firearms, placed the drugs in there, and then the keys were handed to them. And we made an OB entry after they had left.
Oh, that had been done.
Yeah.
And was that proper without the signatures as you have them, for example?
No, we did not complete this form.
Was that proper? Or did you hear my question?
I hear your question, Commissioner.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe we should have completed this form. But there was nothing else in the safe. We took everything out of the safe.
There was cocaine now.
Yeah, their cocaine that they came with, Commissioner.
Please continue, Mr. Skaka.
Perhaps let me just follow that up so that so that we clarify it. So when you complete this form, JJP2, you are handing over the keys. Now, this is not the only incident that you handed over the keys. That's what the chairperson is trying to get at. There's another incident, and we don't understand that to mean that this form is completed only when there's certain items, unless I misunderstood you. So it means that when you are handing over the keys, this form must be completed. Correct?
That's correct.
So what the chairperson is trying to get at is when keys were handed over, let's forget the liability or the culpability. When the keys were handed over, as we'll get to it later on, was a similar form completed?
No, similar form was not completed.
And so it would still, administratively, it would mean that the keys were not transferred from an administrative point of view.
That's correct.
Okay. So, and just to follow that up, at the time we'll come to that. If you go to page 103, which is the part of the national instruction, at the time, the 2017, it's the 2017 as amended, but the wording is the same. At paragraph 5, and we'll get to the timing. The last sentence there, which I would think it's still applicable, is that access control to the safes must be strictly applied.
Sorry, sir, what page is that?
103. It's paragraph 20.5, subparagraph 5. 20 deals with management of subs 13 stores. We will deal with the debate around subs 13 as it was dealt with yesterday. But do you understand that access control to the safe must be strictly applied?
That's correct, Commissioners.
Correct. Okay, we'll come to that. Let's then go back.
Again, it's just to try and clarify, Colonel, not so much to probe. The Port Shepstone office, who is in charge of that office?
I was the acting unit commander.
Okay. All right, so being unit commander, acting unit commander means you are the overall in charge of
That's
the
correct,
office. Now, when you have this situation where drugs have been left in your building, but now the key is with someone else who's based in Durban. Yes, he's your superior, but he's not based in your office. Who at that point has custody and oversight responsibility in respect of these drugs that are in your building?
I handed the keys over to Brigadier Newswa. So him as the provincial commander. They've got control over those exhibits, not myself.
Okay. All right, we'll come back to it.
There's indication, I think in your statement, that at some point when high-value exhibits were stored there, an arrangement was made for 24-hour security, I think in the form of guards, warm bodies. Am I
That is correct, Commissioner. That happened in June 2018. We stored a lot.
So 2 years, exactly 2 years before the cocaine was brought.
That's correct.
Yes. Whose responsibility was it to arrange that 24-hour security?
I did that at that stage,
You did,
Commissioner.
And why was that so? Were those Port Shepstone exhibits? I want to understand why.
That we took down 2 million Mandrax tablets. We guarded it there itself for 2 days until it was taken to FSL in Pretoria.
And in this instance now, 2 years later, June 2020, was it? Oh, so it was actually 3 years before. So June 2021, whose responsibility do you think it was to again arrange 24, sorry for splitting the infinitive there, to again arrange 24-hour security? Whose responsibility would it have been?
I would say the provincial commander's his responsibility,
Brigadier Nyuswa.
Brigadier Nyuswa.
And the reason for that? Why not you?
I don't have enough manpower at my office, Commissioner, for the members to.
But in 2018, you had managed to arrange that.
Because then we knew it was for 1 or 2 days maximum. We could do that. Yeah, there's no indication for what length of period that drugs were going to be there.
Thank you.
Perhaps the other dimension to what the chair is saying is the decision-making power. What changed?
It is not a Port Shepstone case, that. It's a Durban case. It's a much bigger, they've got a lot more people than I've got at my unit. It's their exhibits they brought to my unit. They should have supplied the guards for it there at my unit. Commissioner.
Thank you. Please go to your statement, paragraph 26.
Each of those 2 safes was built in line with the applicable SANBS standards. Each had 2 locks. Warde van der Berg had the keys, just to be clear. I was not in control of the safes. One of the safes, room 22, was used to store firearms. The safe had a firearm register and the occurrence book. The other safe, room 24, was used to store office supplies, including cleaning material and solutions. Access to it was also registered. And there were no cameras inside the building. However, there was an alarm system which I think there's a typing error there. Which monitored motion. No, that's correct. When it was armed, it would be triggered by motion, but only in the passages. None of the officers had any, I forgot the word now of that. The sensors, none of them had a sensor in it. All staff had their own unique code to activate and disarm the alarm. The alarm would not work if there was no electricity, even if it had been armed. Once there is no electricity, it gets disarmed and not work. Further, even if it got triggered and made a noise, no one would know, as the office would be closed and the nearby businesses would also be closed. Basically, the alarm would just ring until someone comes in the following working day. If it went off on Saturday, for example, and assuming there was no interruption of electricity supply, it would be deactivated or disarmed by the first person at the office on Monday morning. If there was interruption of the electricity supply on a Saturday, for example, the alarm would be disarmed and the office would be totally exposed. Obviously, this was a serious risk of exposure. Previously, the alarm system was linked to Armed Response Security Company. The contracted Armed Response Security Company was National Security and Fire. The monthly cost for armed response was R593.56. I attached a copy of that contract marked JJP3.
I must say, I just do not understand why a contract for only R593.56 could not have been maintained. I'm not directing that to you. I guess I'm directing it to the entire system. There's so much wasted of government funds and funds used for corruption and all sorts of things. But with that in mind, you find a contract of this negligible amount, bearing in mind government resources not being maintained. It just boggles the mind. Please continue.
Thank you, sir. Are we going to that annexure? Can we go on?
No, I think it's fine. Put it on record. Continue to paragraph 29.
The contract expired in March 2020. It was important that the office had armed response because no one was at the office after hours and weekends, including public holidays. This office was particularly vulnerable and had been broken into a number of times. I can count no less than 6 incidents. These were as follows.
I think it's 8.
Sorry.
Count 6.
No, sorry, it's 8 incidents.
Okay.
My mistake.
Can I just interrupt you there and just bring it to the attention of the commissioners, the exhibit CJC 200?
CJC what?
200.
200.
It's an A4 page, this one. Apologies, it was provided after the fact. These are instances of the break-ins and what was taken. Please go through it for the commission.
Can I deal with that same one?
Yes.
Commissioners, the first one is there. The date is 27 of December 2011. They broke into that little storeroom that's on the side of the building in the driveway. They broke in there. They stole our vacuum cleaner. Then, on that instance, they broke through the roof there. It's got an asbestos roof. They came through the roof. At that stage, there was no electric fence at the back there. Then in 2014, the 8th of June, they broke into the garage. It had a small, not a very expensive garage door there, which they just forced open. One of our state vehicles that was parked in there, they forced the bonnet open and they stole the battery. Then in 2018, the 8th of December, they broke in on one of the side windows. They accessed a few of the offices there, but it was mostly storerooms that they accessed there. And they completely destroyed our alarm at that stage. So it had to be replaced. And on 2020, they broke. I think that instance, it was the 20th of January. I think they broke through the window of Warden of Pinar into his office.
Is that the same Pinar warrant officer?
BJ Pinar, same.
That same office?
Same office.
Can you then, in your statement, compare that to your paragraph 29.4, perhaps to give it more flesh? And the reporting of that incident.
Okay. All these incidents were reported to the provincial commander. This incident was reported to our provincial commander. Counterintelligence, Lieutenant Colonel S.R. Singh, also came to the office and did an inspection. He wrote a factual report to the provincial office with the recommendations. It was also brought, to the attention of the district commander and visible policing. We were then requested to do frequent patrols, and members of the office were also asked to do after-hours visits.
Just on that, who was the district commander at the time?
General Namangele.
Namangela.
Yeah.
Okay.
She has since also gone on pension.
Thank you. Do you know if this incident was reported to Brigadier Newsom?
I cannot recall exactly when he started as a provincial commander, but it was reported to whoever the provincial commander was at that stage.
Okay, please proceed with your CJC 200.
On the 15th of March, they broke into the office of Warrant Officer Warren. If I can just go back to those other photos, then I can.
Yes, you may take us through.
I'm just not sure which page that would be. I'm showing those photos.
It's the photo album. It starts at page 2, page 1 of the annexes. So
If we look at page 1, at the bottom now, the first windows you see there, that's the sliding gate, the entry there. And you get the second windows, that middle one, the third window, that was Warrant Officer Horn's, Warrant Officer A.L.W. Horn, that was his office. So they accessed it there just from the pavement. They broke a window, forced the burglar bars open, and they were in. No alarm could go off because there's no sensors in the offices.
and when do these incidents normally happen? During the day? Or?
It's normally on weekends, at night.
Okay, please proceed.
Is this the incident where they took 3 laptops?
That's correct, Your Worship. Commissioner, then we look at the next incident there was the 15th of January, 2021. They broke into the office of Captain Leroux. Now, if we go back to that photo 1, the window just on the right of Warrant Officer Horn's windows, they broke in there. Exactly the same modus operandi. They broke a window, forced open the burglar bars. And Commissioner, we go to the next one. It's the 11th of October, 2021. If we go to page 4, photo 4 of that same album, those 2 wooden doors with the windows on either side of them, they broke that window on the right-hand side. They smashed that window. There's 2 windows there. They smashed the left one of the 2 windows with a brick, and they tried to force open the burglar bars, but they failed.
Just so that we're clear, so on photo 4, there's the big door that we can see and the small door with where you had said you had put the exhibit. It seems to have some stairs. those two, if you come down from those stairs, which, is it the first window or the second window that you're talking about?
It's the window closest to the door. That leads to a small kitchen there in that passage.
I'm saying if you go down the stairs, I just want to locate it so that we understand. Is it the after? Is it before? Is the one before you reach the door, or is the one after the door?
One before you reach the door.
Thank you.
Commissioner, and then the last break-in was the 8th of November 2021. That's when the exhibits were stolen there from the office.
Can I just try to understand, Lieutenant Colonel, when the 11 October 2021 break-in happens, you know that you've got a consignment of cocaine in this building, because the earlier break-ins, you had nothing substantial in there. But the 11 October 2021 break-in happens, you are responsible for the building because you are the boss there. The consignment does not belong to you. You say it's a Durban case, it's not your case. What steps did you take to say to these people, I can't keep your stuff here because it's clearly not safe? There has been an attempt to break in. I don't know if the people who tried to break in wanted to steal this cocaine. There's something valuable here, and I no longer believe that it's safe to keep it here. So before we get to issues of lawful instructions from superiors, you are responsible for this building, and there's an attempted break-in, and you know that you have exhibits that are worth at least 200 million. What steps do you take to increase the security, or to say, I can't keep this thing here, it's not safe in my office?
Commissioners, I reported to progress report, for factual report on the break-in. Everything was provided to them at the provincial office. That the drugs was there. So we were given instructions by him that the members must visit the office. So with that instruction, and I'm not allowed to tell the members what is in there, I just asked him to, after hours, to make a turn at the office, just make sure everything is safe there.
But you didn't say, either we increase security or you take your consignment because it's not safe in my office. You did not do that.
I did not do that, Commissioner.
The factual report that you prepared, what does it do? Is it just an account that we've had a break-in? It doesn't include recommendations from you about what to do?
If I'm correct, that report, it's got in it there exactly what security I've got at my office and what I don't have. It is in that report.
Okay.
Commissioner Baloyi, perhaps just to, if you turn to page 40, this is the factual report of January 2021.
Okay. If you were still going to discuss it, I'm happy to leave it. If
No.
If you
I
were
think-
planning to come to it.
No. I think it's just one incident. I just want so that you see how it would look like. He can just take us through it so that, because all the factual reports after each incident would follow the same format.
I see.
Perhaps as an example, could you take us through this factual report and how it would look like?
Okay, it's a factual report. It's dated 18th of January 2021. says factual report, attempted business break-in, DPCI Port Shepstone. Then the CARES number is 165 of 1, 2021. It says on Friday, the 15th of January, the officers of Serious Organized Crime Unit situated number 2, Princess Elizabeth Drive, Port Shepstone, was locked and in order. The office was visited on Saturday, the 16th, and Sunday, the 17th, by various members of this unit. On Monday, the 18th, Foreman Tuccini noticed that on further investigation by myself, it was evident that they used a large rock to try and force open the burglar bar. There was also signs that they tried to force open the back passage door that is situated next to the kitchen windows. The office was previously broken into on the following dates: 2011-12-27, 2014-06-08, 2018-12-09, 2020-01-20. This office is fitted with an alarm that was monitored by National Security and Fire. During April 2020, we requested to be on a month-to-month contract with National Security as we were awaiting the procurement process. During May 2020, an application was done to upgrade the alarm system. This office was told to get 3 new security companies to tender for the upgrading, and the Fidelity ADT and Laser 911. During December 2020, this office received a statement from National Security informing us that due to non-payment, they have removed us from their system and would not be rendering any services at our unit due to non-payment. Currently, the alarm is activated after hours and on weekends, but if the office is broken into, there is no way for any of us to be notified about it. We will only see it when we arrive at the office. Further progress will be reported.
And is that your signature at the bottom there?
That's correct.
And just to be clear, was this, who's this report directed to?
It was sent directly to the Provincial Commander, Brigadier Newsma.
Okay. And after this time, Major General Sinona would have been in office?
I'm sorry, sir?
General Sinona would have been at office at this point?
Yes, yeah.
Thank you.
Maybe coming back to the factual report for the October incident, did you receive a response from Brigadier, I think it is, Brigadier Nyuso, after the October incident?
I did not get any response from him.
Not even a discussion with
No.
you? Okay, thank you.
Perhaps we'll come to discuss the 8th November 2021 in more detail in your statement. But just to understand, with factual reports that you prepare, were they all written?
Were they?
All written
Yes,
as documents?
yes,
Okay. And you would address them to whoever is the provincial commander?
that's correct.
Okay. Thank you. Please proceed. Paragraph 13. It's about applications for the alarm or armed response, as it were.
As I have stated above, in March 2020, the armed response contract expired. During April 2020, I made an application for the continuation of the contract with National Security and Fire on a month-to-month basis while still engaging a formal procurement process. The application was addressed to Supply Chain Management and Colonel Madhu. This request was sent to the provincial office. Attached a copy of the application as marked JJP4. However, the procurement was not approved.
Sorry, Colonel, could you then go to page 22?
Sorry. Colonel, you referred to a request for a month-to-month extension, and then you also referred to a procurement process, and then you end the paragraph by saying, however, the procurement was not approved. by that, are you referring both to the month-to-month extension and then the procurement, which I assume was to be for a longer term?
That is correct, Commissioner.
So
Both
the
of them
the refusal was in respect of both.
That's correct.
And what reasons were given for that?
We were given no reasons.
I guess I may ask the question in respect of the other refusals, because your statement refers to, I think, no less than 3 other refusals. In respect of the others, were reasons given?
No reasons given,
All
Commissioner.
right, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. At page 22 of the annexures, that's the application for 2020, for 22 April 2020.
That's correct, Commissioner.
Is that the application that you made?
That's correct, Commissioner.
Who else was it addressed to, or other than Colonel Madu?
It was also sent to Captain van Niekerk at our provincial office. She deals with the SCM.
Then to address what Chair is inquiring, if you turn over the page at page 23, at paragraph 8, could you read that to the record?
What's the page number there?
23, just the next page.
An application is hereby made for the current contract with National Security and Fire to be continued on a month-to-month basis while the procurement process is being done.
And as you said to Chair, there was no response to this.
Nothing.
Okay. Continue to paragraph 31.
Another application was made on the 26th of May 2020. It was also not reacted to, let alone be approved. On the 17th of August 2020, I made another application to the Provincial Commander, Brigadier Newswa, and Supply Chain Management, Colonel Madu, that application could not be processed because Colonel Madu, dealing with the application, left procurement, so I later learned. On the 8th of September 2020, Chief Admin Clerk Willifier of my office addressed an email to Captain van Niekerk of the Provincial Office, providing responses to information that was sought, including setting out the type of security system we required. I attach here to a copy of the said email, marked JJP5. It is to be noted that Mrs. Willifier warned that if there was a break-in at the office, it would be problematic as there was no security service in place.
Can we then turn to that annexure?
Maybe I misheard you, Colonel. I thought you said Ms. Olivier, the Chief Administration Clerk in your office.
She is in my office, Commissioner.
But I see here in your statement it says from provincial office.
That's a typing mistake, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Please turn to page 26. Is that the email that you are
Yes.
referring to?
That is correct, Commissioner.
Okay. If you turn over at page 27, the third paragraph, could you read that to the record?
On 22 April 2020, application was made for the contract with National Security and Fire to be...
Sorry, the following paragraph.
The next...
Or start from 22 April is fine.
Application was made for the contract with National Security and Fire to be continued on a month-to-month basis, as at the time we were still in credit with them, and for the request was made for the duration of the process of obtaining quotes from new suppliers. To date, no feedback has been received on that application. The security system that is currently in place is working. However, should there be a break-in at the office, it will be a problem, as there is no security contract in place. Procurement process for a new security contract was done. Other service provided quotes for a 12-month contract for alarm and security services. 3 private security suppliers were requested to quote for security services to include the following: installation of CCTV system, monitoring equipment, infrared passive sensors, armed response, digital recorder, and remote, inclusive of remote network, monitor via cell phone, external perimeter features, beam sensors on the outside of the office windows. An application was made on 29 May 2020 for security service and monitoring at the office for a period of 12 months, but to date it has not been approved. The quotes received from suppliers have now been expired.
I'm not sure I understand the first sentence of the paragraph that states the security system that, let me read the whole thing, the security system that is currently in place is working. However, should there be a break-in at the office, it will be a problem as there is no security contract in place. My understanding is, as at that point, there was no armed response, and also the alarm system would go off whenever there was load shedding, and there would be no backup, so it was good as not there. I want to understand the sentence that says the security system that is currently in place is working. Does that mean the alarm system just making noise here and that's it, and if there's nobody to hear it, it's as good as not being there? Weekends, as you said, nobody would hear it. It would go on and on until the following Monday.
That is correct.
Do you think this captures the situation accurately to then say it's working?
You can just arm it, but that's all. It's not connected to anybody.
It just makes noise, that's it.
All.
If you are not there overnight and during weekends, it's useless, completely useless.
That is correct, Commissioner.
All right. Let's adjourn and resume at 11:25.
All right, it's 25 past. We are ready to resume. Cell phones off, please. Thank you.
Colonel, we sometimes start even a minute before the time we stated, just for the future.
My apologies,
Thank you.
Commissioner.
Thank you, Chairperson. Colonel, we were dealing with the applications and the warning that Ms. Oliver had provided or had given. Now, we would then continue from paragraph 34 just to contextualize and then move onwards from your statement.
Which paragraph?
34, page 11.
34. Another letter of application was made on the 22nd of September 2020. This time it was signed by the Provincial Commander, Brigadier Nuswa, and was forwarded to Provincial Supply Chain Management Office. The application was also not approved.
Did you hear anything from Brigadier Nuswa in response to or in reaction to the application?
No.
Thank you. Please proceed.
We owed money to National Security and Fire on the 25th of November 2020. They sent a statement of account for an amount of 3,306.49 cents in respect of monthly services. I made a SAP 585 application, which application was sent to the provincial office for financial approval. I attach here to a copy of the email sent, attaching the application marked JJP 6.
Can you please just briefly describe an SAP 585 application?
It's an order form for that money to be approved and to be paid, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Can you just turn to page 31? Of the annexes bundle. What does that email relate to?
That was for the approval of that money, for the money that we owed National Fire and Rescue.
Okay, please proceed on your statement starting on 14 December 2020.
Which paragraph is that, sir?
Paragraph 35.
Okay, on 14 December 2020, National Security and Fire sent a further statement reflecting an amount of 3,610 as outstanding. They then advised that they would remove us, the DPCI office, from their system and will not render any further services due to non-payment. This was confirmed to me on the 13th of January 2021. Between November and late December 2020, there were ongoing discussions about our application for security. I attach here to a copy of the email exchange in this regard, marked JJP 7. On the 13th of January 2021,
Sorry, apologies, just so that we contextualize. Your JJP 7 appears from page 33 of the bundle and of the annexes.
Without us going through all the emails, can you just summarize what the substance or salient features of the communication were?
That was just communication between Chief Admin Clerk Olivier from my office and Captain van Niekerk from the provincial office regarding these outstanding monies and what response we got from the security company.
Can I take your attention to the following page, page 34? The email in the middle from Captain van Niekerk.
She sent this to Lieutenant Colonel Majosi. Your response regarding this matter will be appreciated. This matter is long outstanding and was dealt with by the former provincial commander for acquisition management, Colonel Madhu. This delay is causing a major security to this office, which has been previously targeted by criminals and who have broken into the offices and stolen state property. The procurement file was handed by Captain Diedrichs for processing. To date, this unit has had no feedback. Your intervention is required.
If you look at the persons copied, can you just state their names?
She CC'd myself, then also Olivier from my office, as well as the provincial commander, Brigadier Newswa.
Okay, thank you. I think that completes the point. Go back to your statement at paragraph 36.
Sorry, Colonel, what they are saying there on page 34, because you're not dealing with the person's response, the day after Lieutenant Colonel Majosi responds, top of the page there, and without context, she seems to be suggesting that the request is going to the wrong people. It should be addressed to the right people. So they are not outright refusing the request. It seems to be suggesting there that you are sending it to the wrong people. Do you see the 16 December email?
I see that. I see
And
that,
they say,
Commissioner.
we will appreciate if you could explain how Colonel Madu involved in this matter, as it seems like the contract was secured by your head office. So the suggestion is that you must deal with head office and not the people you are addressing your request to.
Commissioner,
What follows is there is no request to head office. You seem to be asking them the same issue again. What is the status of the security application? We are now 29 December on page 33. So it seems to be a communication problem rather than a refusal to approve the request. Do you see that?
Commissioner, I see that.
Yes.
We dealt with Colonel Madhu. Then we were told suddenly he's no more there. So this Colonel Majosi, he was then the one that we dealt with. Captain van Niekerk, she dealt with.
But Colonel Majosi says it was secured by the head office, so that's where it should go. That's at least my understanding, and I don't have context. I'm simply reading the email as I see it. So it could be that the request was addressed to the wrong people, and it's not an issue of head office or senior people outright refusing to provide the necessary support. Thank you. I think you accepted that, so we can leave it there.
Yes.
Yeah.
Where was Officer Majosi based?
SCM in Durban, the provincial office.
Thank you.
Commissioner.
Thank you. Turn back to your statement. Paragraph 36.
On 13 January 2021, is CIC Olivier specially wrote an email to Brigadier Nuswa and Captain van Niekerk requesting an approval for the security contract. In that mail, she set out a full background to the addressees. She warned in the event that something should happen, this office has no security in place and there have been numerous break-ins at the office. I also attach here to a copy of said email marked JJP 8.
Please turn to page 38 of the annexes. Are you there?
You want me to read it?
No, absolutely not.
Yeah.
Just summary and who it was addressed to and the time.
It was sent on the 13th of January, 2021, 20 past 3 in the afternoon. It was sent to Brigadier Nuswa, Captain van Niekerk, and I was CC'd in that.
In terms of summary, it was the same request for the alarm.
That whole history of everything, how it transpired.
Thank you. Turn to your statement, paragraph 37.
On the night of 14 January 2021, another break-in happened, which was only discovered on the 15th of January. A rock was used to break the window of the kitchen. However, the criminals were prevented by the burglar bars from entering. On the very day, I wrote a factual report to Brigadier Nuswa and informed him that the office alarm was not linked to security company, as National Security and Fire had removed us from their system. I warned that while the alarm is activated after hours and on weekends, if the office is broken into, there's no way for us to be notified about it. We will only see it when we arrive at the office. Attached here to a copy of that factual report, JJP 9. I think we've gone through that one.
We've gone through that report, Chairperson. We don't need to go through it. It's the one at page 42, Brigadier Nuswa. Please then continue.
Our request for security and armed response was again sent to supply chain management and even sent to Brigadier Nuswa. In fact, it had turned into a plea for help. It was very important that the DPSI office had a working alarm system linked to a security company. However, our requests were ignored. I'm still unable to understand why the applications were not responded to and approved. This is particularly perplexing since we were experiencing repeated break-ins which were reported per incident and also when we did applications. The Provincial Command was aware of the numerous break-ins and the vulnerability of the Port Shepstone DPCI officers. On 22 June 2021, a large quantity of drug exhibits were received to be stored at the office. At the time, there was still no security service. Nothing had changed. Security was neither upgraded nor enhanced. I found this particularly strange. The Nuswa knew of the security challenges, and I could not understand his decision or how he would allow the drugs to be stored at the office. There was then an attempted break-in late October 2021, which I reported to him. Again, there was no attempt to improve the previous application or even enhance security, given there were now exhibits of high volume. The DPCI office was totally unsuitable to store exhibits received. There was no adequate security in place. In fact, there was a decision taken in 2017 not to store exhibits at all of the 5 DPCI units in KZN. Brigadier Nuswa was and is well aware of that decision. Major General Sonona would have also known this. None of the DPCI officers were...
Why do you say Brigadier Nuswa was aware of the decision? Was it a written instruction?
It was a written instruction
Coming from where?
from General Zikali at that stage.
Who was he at that stage, Sikali?
He was the provincial head
Okay,
of KZN.
all right.
Why I would say, Commissioner,
Yes.
they were aware of that. Every quarter, we are conducting, or inspections are conducted at each of these 5 serious organized crime offices. They would normally take a senior officer from one of the other units, one of the other 4 units, say they're going to inspect Potchefstroom. They would take from one of the other 4 units, officers, normally about 5 or 6, make an inspection team. They would come and inspect my unit. And that was one of the points that they inspected, to make sure that no exhibits were stored at the units. Vice versa, if we had to go and inspect other units, we would look for the same thing. Ultimately, that report, after the inspection, is submitted to Brigadier Newswa to show all the weaknesses and problems at the units. While I'm on that, at each of these provincial inspections conducted at my unit, it was one of the shortcomings that I made the senior officer that conducted the inspection aware of, was the security issues at my unit. So it was well documented.
I assume you know the Durban office. This was not your operation or even your cocaine. It's the Durban office cocaine. Is there any reason that you're aware of that this could not have been stored in Durban? And I'm talking more space, about space.
Commissioner, you're talking about the Durban DPCI office. Commissioner, as far as I know, I don't think they've got a strong room. They occupy 3 floors, and it's just drywalling between the offices. So as far as I know, there's no strong room there.
Thank you.
None of the DPCI officers were at the time actually allowed to keep exhibits. This is the reason the DPCI office did not have a SAP-13 register. The DPCI office was particularly vulnerable and was not suitable to store exhibits, let alone of the quantity we were asked to store. Both Brigadier Newswa and General Sanona knew this.
Colonel, just to refer you, General Flynn testified yesterday to say that in order to have a sub-13 register, your office would have needed, according to the national instruction, the approval from the national head office. Is that correct?
We did add it before we, when we were still receiving exhibits before 2017, when that instruction came from General Zikali.
And what if that decision was taken? What does it signify if they remove the sub-13 register or the capability of your office?
I think it was a security issue because of the lack of security at our facilities.
Okay, thank you. And in the absence of security, obviously what the national instruction requires is that exhibits must be seized in order, they must be stored to be used for evidence and all of this.
That is correct.
So if they are not secure, obviously there are difficulties other than being stolen.
That's correct.
They would be unable to be utilized properly in court.
That's correct.
All right. Before we We then have to go to section E of the statements. Just wanted to check if the commissioners have any questions before we move on to the new section.
No, please proceed.
Thank you. We then go to your section E, starting from paragraph 44.
On the 22nd of June 2021, between 10 and 11 in the morning, I received a telephone call from Brigadier Nuswa. He informed me that the provincial tracing team seized a large quantity of cocaine from a container, and he instructed me to make storage available at our office. He said he would take both sets of the safe keys with him once the exhibits were stored in the safe. He said the exhibits could not be stored at the forensic science laboratory as they did not have a secure storage capacity. I knew that the laboratory had been flooded and was dysfunctional.
Can I just ask, just
Yes, sir.
taking back or going back to what Commissioner Baloyi had asked, were you asked for any opinion or view about storing the exhibits at your offices?
No, Commissioner, it was an instruction from him for me to keep it there in my office.
And did you raise an issue with it and
I
about
did.
safety and security?
I did not raise it. He knows all my challenges there at my office.
Unlawful, would the instruction not have been unlawful in light of what you said that since 2017 it was no longer permitted to store exhibits in the 5 offices? Now you are being directed or given an instruction to do the very thing that you know is no longer permitted. So why do you allow it? Because in your engagement with Chair right at the beginning, you conceded that you are only obliged to obey lawful instructions. Isn't this instruction an unlawful one?
Commissioner, I don't see it as an unlawful instruction because the General Sinona gave the instruction to Brigadier Nuswa that it must be stored at my office.
And what became of the 2017 directive that no exhibits should be stored at offices? Are you saying General Sinona could overrule that directive and decide that, notwithstanding that directive, exhibits can be stored at the office?
Commissioner, he could have gotten permission from the national head to do it. I don't know.
But you were not aware that he did?
No, I was not aware.
Can I just understand the Zikali, did he occupy the position that later is occupied by General Sinona?
That
Is
is
it the
correct.
same position?
That is correct, Commissioner.
Okay.
If I'm not mistaken, but it may be clarified at a later point, Major General Sinona also, I think, said he was informed by Brigadier Nuswa about storing, but I suppose that will come on. So your evidence is that it is Major General Sinona that gave Brigadier Nuswa an instruction. Am I understanding you correctly?
I do not think Brigadier Nuswa would have made that call on his own. I'm sure he would have sought guidance from General Sinona.
So what I'm trying to understand is whether you knew for certain or you are thinking that was a possibility.
Yeah, that was a possibility.
Maybe putting it differently, you assumed that Brigadier Nuswa has spoken to General Sinona about this.
That is correct, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please proceed. Paragraph 45.
During that call, Brigadier Nuswa did not discuss other alternatives. He made no mention of any other storage. I know there were Durban Police Station, Maiden Wharf or Isipingo stations, which operates 24 hours. These would have been more secure. The newspaper never mentioned anything about taking the exhibits to Isipingo or booking them at the Isipingo Police Station. Brigadier Newswa was obviously aware of the storage capacity of the safe. Equally, he was aware of the vulnerabilities of the DPCI office and the fact that there was no active security. He would have been aware of the security applications I referred to above, the latest one in January 2021. Would have also been aware of the factual reports I gave to him and also the number of burglaries which had been at the office. It was not my place to second guess Brigadier Newswa's decision and commands. Put directly, I could not question his decision or second guess him or his commands. I have to respect and follow them, which I did. Soon after that call from Brigadier Newswa, photos of the seized exhibits started circulating in the various WhatsApp groups. I attached here 2 copies of the photos, which were circulated marked JJP 9.
Is that DPCI WhatsApp groups
No, police WhatsApp
or
groups.
police in general?
Can you just correct our JJP 9?
Yes.
Our JJP 9 is the factual report and not the photos.
Yes, we'll correct that. We'll correct. I think those photos appear at your page 116.
So we should amend the statement to read JJP 12.
Correct, Chair, we'll correct that.
That is correct, Commissioner.
So it's JJ, so we'll amend the statement accordingly. So it's page 116 and page 117.
Yes. It was just those two photos.
And
the other photos did not come from me.
Yes, yes. But I'm saying those 2 photos.
Yes.
And could you then you go on to describe them below? But what I want to understand, were you aware where these were, where they were taken?
No,
So,
It was-
so it seems it's in a parking lot somewhere.
that's correct. That's correct.
You had no idea where that was.
No, no.
Okay. Please proceed with your statement.
I noticed the photos that the exhibits were unpacked on the floor and not sealed. The exhibits were in the form of blocks, wrapped in yellow, cover labeled Jaguar, and black cover labeled TikTok. They were also not in sealed bag. It appeared that the exhibits were being handled contrary to the national instruction, as amended, and the protocol on the search and seizure, handling, processing, and disposition of illicit drugs. I attach copies of the national instruction and the protocol marked JJP 10 and JJP 11, respectively.
Thank you.
Colonel, these pictures that are circulating on WhatsApp groups, were they accompanied by any messages at all? to say anything about them.
It was said it was drugs seized in Durban. Only later on during the day it became more clear where it came from.
In the same WhatsApp groups.
Same WhatsApp group.
They were explaining further on
Yes,
where it came
yes.
from.
Were they subs, WhatsApp groups, or just general public?
Subs WhatsApp groups,
Thank you.
Commissioner.
Commissioners, I think earlier on I did indicate that I wouldn't necessarily go to the national instructions. General Flynn did go out at great lengths to the requirements of the sealing of the exhibits and all of this. So I will just keep that. Continue to your paragraph 48.
During the course of that same day, around 1300 hours, I contacted Warrant Officer A.B. van der Berg and instructed him to clear the one walk-in safe, room 22, and make it available for the exhibits. I told him that I was instructed by Brigadier Nuswa that it would be used to store a large quantity of cocaine, which had been seized. Normally, we use that specific safe to store official firearms and ammunition. The firearms and ammunition was moved to the other safe, room 24. As I said above, Warrant Officer van der Berg was in control of the safe and keys were with him. If I'm not mistaken, this was around 1300 hours. I do not recall a further call from Brigadier Nuswa or anyone regarding the matter until they arrived later in the afternoon after 1600 hours. This was after hours of our normal working time. At that stage at the office, it was only myself and Warrant Officer van der Berg. The other members had left already.
Sorry, just before we go on, so you had a call with Brigadier Nuswa at around 10:11. Let's give it 11. And the distance from Isipingo is around, it's 110 kilometers, which would be around, at best, if we are really going slowly, 2 hours. But we see a gap of 5 to 6 hours. Did you question, perhaps when they arrived, what was the gap about?
I did not question him, no.
And did you wonder what may have happened in those 5 to 6 hours?
I presume they would have been busy on the scene, processing the exhibits, probably at forensics there, taking fingerprints, all that type of thing.
All right, please continue to paragraph 50.
Still on the day, at 4:15, the members arrived at the office. Several vehicles, they arrived at the same time as Major General Sonona and Brigadier Nuswa. They were traveling in one vehicle. I cannot recall whose vehicle they were using between the two of them. Other members arrived in 3 combis and a BMW sedan, which was driven by Lieutenant Colonel Dina Govender. The tracing team is a team composed of TRT members and DPCI members. It was formed to deal with cash in transit and it reports to Brigadier Nuswa. The team was not ordinarily involved with drug operations. Members of the team included Lieutenant Colonel Dina Govender, who was their commander. Warrant Officer van der Berg and I opened the security gates in the passage there and wooden doors, which were secured by a padlock, leading to the driveway close to the walk-in safe, room 22. The members arrived, reversed their vehicle up the driveway. They all alighted from their respective vehicles.
Please pause there. I just want us, the position of Lieutenant Colonel is the sort of a senior position in terms of rank.
Yeah, that's correct, Commissioner.
Then if we go to the photos, again, I'd like us to go to photo 3 and 4.
What page is that, sir?
It's page 3 and 4 of the annexes. So obviously, are you there?
Yes, sir.
There's the gate. So essentially, you're saying there are 4 cars or 5 cars? 3 combis?
5.
5 cars. Okay.
Yeah.
And then they all parked by the gate.
Some were already parked here in front of the gate. Others were in front of our building.
And where was General Sinona and Brigadier News?
They parked outside and they were interacting with these members
By this gate or by the parking area?
near the parking area.
Okay. And then the combis reversed to this gate.
Once we've opened this gate, they reversed in up the driveway, close to that wall there.
If
With
you
the
turn
steps.
over to photo 4, page
Yeah.
4,
Yes,
yes, you there?
yes.
Okay. You then opened for them between the 2 of you,
We opened that wooden door there
okay?
with the metal security gates on the inside.
Okay. So the 3 combis reversed,
They reversed in.
okay? And the car from the General Sinona's car
Stayed outside.
stayed outside? And
Lieutenant Colonel Dina Govender drove in, so he was parked in front of these combis.
okay, inside or outside the gate?
Inside.
Inside.
Of the driveway, yeah.
Okay. Obviously, we'll come to it. But when the exhibits were being offloaded, was the gate closed?
No,
It
it was
wasn't
open.
closed.
It was open.
All right. Then let's go back to your statement at page 16, paragraph 52.
To that. We heard from General Flynn the mentioning the involvement of Jacob. I forgot what his title is. Was he one of the people that attended or that arrived at your offices as part of this party?
Commissioner, Colonel Jacobs, he's the commander of serious organized crime in Durban.
Okay.
He was not part of
He
the
was
members.
not one of the people that, he was not one
No,
of the
he
people that
never,
arrived.
he never came there.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Commissioner. I don't think he was the commander at that stage. He's the commander now. I think at that stage he would have been the group leader for the SANEP section, for the drug section at Durban. I think he was in charge of the drug members.
That might be how he described him, yes, but
that-
he wasn't one of the people that arrived.
No, he never arrived on that day, no.
Thank you.
Just to follow up to that, I think we would have dealt with it later on, but at this point, just to contextualize things, who was there at the offices? From your office, you said it was Warrant Officer van der Berg and yourself. Who else was there other than Major General Sinona and Brigadier Nyuswa and Dina Govender? Who else was present?
It was Warren Pangase and then the other members from the tracing team. I don't know all of them. I don't.
So the people you knew was Warrant Officer Pangase?
Yeah.
Okay.
He introduced himself to me then also as the investigating officer of this matter.
Had you known him before?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Please then proceed to your paragraph 52.
Major General Sinona and Brigadier Nyuswa were together and interacted with the TRT and DPCI members as they arrived. They did not initially give any instructions to us until after the exhibits were put into the safe. I went to Major General Sinona and Brigadier Nyuswa, greeted them. Warren Pangase identified himself to me as the investigating officer of this matter. I briefed them as to which one of the safes we will be used to store the stuff, the exhibits in. Major General Sinona then called Dina Govender and told him to go and buy coffee for the two of them. I then told Warrant Officer Pangase that the safe is available. We have cleaned it out and that we can take the exhibits to the safe. I must point out that no one, not even Brigadier Nusa or Warrant Officer Pangase, told me the exhibits had been at Isipingo. They also did not discuss that they had looked for any other alternatives. I went with Warrant Officer Pangase to the
Is there any significance in your mention of the fact that you were not told that the exhibits had been in Isipingo?
Commissioner, I only saw on those WhatsApp groups where these exhibits came from. I was not told by any one of them where it was seized and where it came from.
What I'm asking is, you specifically say they did not tell you, that is the two seniors, that the exhibits had been in Isipingo. So my question is there any significance in you mentioning that?
It's just the fact that they didn't tell me that.
All right, thank you.
Just to follow up, which is what I was asking about Colonel Dina Govender. Where was this coffee shop around the premises? Because you had not identified it. How far was it?
It's just around the corner. If I go to this, let me just see if I can. No, it can't be seen there.
Sorry?
It's just around the corner. It's 250 meters from the office.
Okay. And with the 5 members, how many persons were there when you were doing the offloading?
There was quite a lot of them. I'll
Quite a
say
lot.
Easily about 20 of them.
20, okay.
Yeah.
That's fine. All right, thanks. Please proceed.
Earlier you spelled Dina as D-I-N-A, I think twice. Now you say D-E-E-N-A. What's the correct spelling?
D-I-N-A.
D-I.
Apologize for that, Commissioner.
Also, this one at 53 should be corrected then. All right, thank you.
Colonel, going back to the chairperson's question about they didn't inform you that these drugs had been to Isipingo first. They didn't inform you of that. Had they told you that these were first booked at Isipingo, or if you had known at that time, administratively, what would have happened? What would you have done as the receiver? What would you require? What are the processes that would have had to be complied with for you to receive these drugs that you are now told were in Isipingo? Is there anything at all?
We would have just used that SAP 30 number in our occurrence book entry.
Okay.
If they had booked it in there and they did supply it to us, we would have included it in our occurrence book entry.
Okay. Thank you. And would that have included you confirming physically that what was taken from Isipingo, what had been booked in and booked out from Isipingo, is exactly what is being given to you? Would you have had to physically check that, or it would be sufficient that they just gave you the SAP 13 so that you enter it in your book?
If they had a copy of the register, it would have assisted, so we could have known how many bricks was entered there.
And would you have checked them physically, is what I'm asking?
I wouldn't have necessarily checked them because they took the keys.
Okay, all right. Let's leave it for now.
Colonel, why was this not a red flag to you that they did not tell you that there's a police station of origin where the exhibits are originally booked and a case is opened with a case number? If they were just bringing to you consignment of cocaine, 554 kilograms, without knowing the station of origin, then surely that should have raised issues with you, because they could have been trafficking cocaine illegally. I mean, if it was seized somewhere, it had to be booked in a police station and there should have been an SAP 13. And if it was coming to you only for storage, then in your own occurrence book, you should have recorded that it has been booked at a police station, either in Sipingo or WAF or wherever. It is only coming to my offices because yours is office and not a police station for storage because you have a safe there. And then you keep a proper record of what has been brought to your offices. I mean, the fact that you were given an instruction to just store drugs, but you don't know where they came from, that is a problem, isn't it?
Commissioner, I agree with you. The first red flags that I saw was that these exhibits were not brought in evidence bags. They were not sealed. It was brought in the same black carrier bags that they found it in wherever the container was that they found it in. It was all put out nicely to take photos on the ground, and then it arrived back in my office, still in those same bags, not sealed in evidence bags, like it should have been done. It should have been processed by the proper people for DNA, for touch DNA, for fingerprints, all that. These arrived by me just back in those same bags that were seized in. That was completely wrong.
So being aware of those irregularities, and you've mentioned at least 5 of them, you still obey the instruction.
That's correct.
But then it was an unlawful instruction.
I won't say it was unlawful, but the fact that there was a lot of red flags. And the 2 senior, this general and the brigadier, was happy with it.
So you, as long as your general and brigadier were happy, you were also comfortable?
I was not comfortable, but I cannot point that out to them.
But if you say they are bringing drugs to you in packages, they are not sealed, the drugs were not properly booked at a police station, there's no proper documentation or record, and it comes to you for storage. What if they had stolen drugs from a larger consignment that was properly booked, and you were being made part of drug trafficking by your superiors? Were you not concerned that it could be that?
I didn't at that stage think of it that way. It was just that everything they did concerning that consignment was wrong. The way it was handled and the way they packaged and everything was wrong.
Yeah. But it's wrong because it doesn't comply with prescripts, and that's what makes it unlawful. It's not wrong because my brother and I think it's wrong. We are not policemen, but you are a policeman and you know how exhibits should be handled. And if it was not handled properly and you are being instructed to store it in your office simply because you have a safe, then that is unlawful.
I don't think it was unlawful, Commissioner. It was just supplying them with a storage space.
Let's take it at the level of red flags, which you accept were there. Earlier, in response to a question by Commissioner Baloyi, you said that it is open to you to question your superiors about something that you think is improper. Why did you not question them here? Regard being held to the fact that you accept that there were red flags here.
Commissioner, in the police, it's not that easy to question your superiors. For me to have questioned the general and the brigadier, there would have been serious consequences for me.
Then under what circumstances would you question? Because you accepted when Commissioner Baloyi asked you that in some instances you may question. So under what circumstances would you question then? Because what you just said seems to go against what you said earlier in response to that question by my co-commissioner.
Commissioner, certain smaller things you can question them about. Something as serious as this. Tell them they were at that scene where the stuff was seized. They obviously inspected it there and still arrived with the members there. Still, they didn't give them guidance there on the scene on how to do this, how to package the drugs, how to transport it. To take him on and to take him on there in front of the people, there would have been serious consequences for me.
Colonel, there's a difference in being defiant, defying an instruction, and asking questions or raising concerns, maybe raising concerns. And the suggestion is not that you should have been defiant. The suggestion, or what is being put to you, is you are confronted with this situation which clearly breaks every rule that you know about of handling exhibits, including the security implications of keeping these drugs here. Granted, at that time, you didn't know that these were going to be there for months. You didn't know that on that day one. But you are keeping this huge consignment where you don't have security at all. It's difficult to understand that you did not raise that at the time without being defiant about it, but raise the concern. And still be told, no, we will keep it here. You know, we hear your concern, but we'll keep it here. But you don't at all. And you rely on historical correspondence that, well, they know from, you know, the last correspondence that we don't have security, when in the moment where you're being asked to store a huge amount of cocaine with huge value, you don't say at that point, maybe we should go, should you not be thinking about another police station? Or give me security tomorrow or tonight. I would like to have more people who are going to be watching this. That you did not do that is difficult to understand.
I accept what you say, Commissioner.
Thank you. Thank you, Mrs.
Can I just follow on what the commissioners are asking, perhaps? So, at least at this stage, and I take it because you are receiving some instructions, we've established that, at least as of 2017, your office no longer has the authority or the can't store exhibits. So there's no SAPS 13 register. Essentially, what that would mean legally is that your offices are wholly unsuitable. Would you accept that? And that you and Brigadier Nyuswa and General Sinona would be aware of that?
You mean in 2017?
In 2021. This is now in.
That's correct,
Right.
Commissioner.
And Warrant Officer Mpangase would be aware of it.
That's correct.
And you are now seeing that the bags or the exhibits are not sealed properly as they should according to the national instruction.
That's correct.
And at least yourself, Major General Sinona, and Brigadier Nyuswa would know that.
That is correct.
That it would be contrary to the prescripts.
That's correct.
Now, in terms of seniority, Major General Sinona and Brigadier Nyuswa were the ones giving you instructions, and you saying you had to obey those instructions and commands.
That's correct, Commissioner.
With hindsight, would you say that, and I'm not saying then, I'm saying with hindsight, would you say that they gave you an unlawful instruction?
Seeing all the shortcomings that could have been so, yes, Commissioner.
No, I'm saying we've canvassed the requirements of what is to be done, and all the three of you at the very least are aware. I'm saying with hindsight, would you say that they gave you an unlawful instruction?
I would agree with that.
Okay. Thank you.
Ask still on this theme. Is there anything in the whether DPCI or the broader SEPs that regulates and would enable a person to escalate matters? So, for example, you have these drugs that come to you in June. It's now, say, July. You still don't have security, and they're sitting there, and you are raising the matter of security continuously. You have this break-in in October. You raise the matter again with Nuswa, and nothing with Brigadier Nuswa, and nothing happens. Is there no mechanism where you can escalate it directly, or copying, say, General Sinona, but ultimately then General Libya? There's no such mechanism.
Commissioner, there would have been big consequences for me if I had done that. There's strict instructions that my line of reporting to Brigadier Nuswa, from him to General Sinona, from Sinona to the national head. If I spoke directly to the national head, there would have been big problems.
So you say there's a strict instruction of that reporting or how to handle matters.
That is correct, Commissioner.
And in terms of that, if as in this case, Brigadier Nuswa does nothing about it, that's the end of it for you. As with the security thing, there's nothing more you can do about it.
Commissioner, the national head was also well aware of the security challenges at my office. As I explained with the provincial inspections that we have every quarter, we have once a year, we have inspection from the national team, where the national head sends people. It's normally a brigadier and some full colonels that visit these units and inspect everything, dockets, registers, everything. And they also interview the commanders, and I have raised it with them. And those reports from those national inspections goes directly to the national head. So the national head was well aware of my challenges there in Port Shepstone. If I would have jumped Brigadier Nuswa and General Sinona and communicated with the national head, even from the national head side, I would have been in big problems.
And you're saying the system or the prescripts work in such a way that even after the October break-in, where now we know you're sitting with this consignment of cocaine, are you saying even after the October break-in, having raised the alarm with Nuswa again and say Sinona, you're saying you could never reach out, you were not allowed, you're precluded rather, reaching out to General Libya at that point because you're going outside of the prescripts? Is that what you're saying?
That is correct what I'm saying, Commissioner.
Right.
And these factual reports about each incident that happens at a DPCI office, that is escalated to the national head. So he would have received that factual report of the breaking, and he knew that those drugs have been stored by me.
Yes, that would have been my next question, because I didn't remember what the evidence was previously, that the national head knew that those drugs were being kept at your office.
I would presume that Brigadier Naika would have informed him. Brigadier Naika is the SANEP coordinator sitting here in Pretoria. He falls under the DPCI, under the national head. All drug seizures are directly reported to him. When General Musekile came down, the Thursday after the break-in, I was called into the Durban office. I'm still getting to that in my statement. Brigadier Naika was there as well. So it would have been, the national head would have been notified.
You assume, at this stage, you sitting there now, you assume the national head would have known that you were storing this. You are not saying it as a fact. You assume
no, I
he would
won't
have
know,
known.
but
All right,
I
thank you, thank you.
Thank you. I just want to follow up on what I consider is one of the most important aspects, at least for the commissioners, upon making recommendations. What are these big problems that you say you would have faced?
I would have been charged departmentally. I could have lost my job.
Okay, no, that's fine. So you would have been charged, it would have been a disciplinary issue.
That's correct.
And obviously, if it is found that it was an unlawful instruction, you would, let's say, assuming we've got an independent chairperson, you would have been absolved at the very least.
If it was an independent person, yeah. But if it was a member of the force, then I would have still had problems.
And ordinarily, who would be sitting in that hearing?
It would have been senior officers from KZN, from our provincial office.
And your view is that you would not have, I think, received a fair hearing, so to speak.
Definitely.
Okay.
Or just expressing a historical fact. I was a civil servant in the early 80s, and they were very strict with what they called channels of communication. You could never write a letter to someone above the person to whom you report directly, and it was actually a disciplinary offense to do that. I'm surprised to hear that that's still the case at this day and age.
Commissioner, that is still so. That is still up to today. It is still like it.
Thank you. I think then let's go back to your statement.
We are at 55 now.
You started paragraph 55.
I went with Warden Officer Pangase to the cars carrying the exhibits, left Major General Sinona and Brigadier Newswa by their vehicle.
And
I
just
noticed
to remind ourselves, they were not inside that driveway. They were parked in front of the offices.
Yeah, they were standing there in the driveway, not inside where we were. But they were at that stage, they would have had their coffee.
Okay.
I think they were standing and drinking their coffee at that stage.
So Colonel Dina Govender would have been back.
Yes.
He would have been part of the group that would be, as we would go to, offloading the exhibits.
That's correct.
And did Brigadier Nyuso and Major General Sinona observe or supervise the offloading, or they were just informally having a chat amongst themselves?
They were just having a chat there, having their coffee.
Thank you. Please proceed.
I went with Warden Officer Pangase to the cars carrying the exhibits. Left Major General Sinona and Newswa there by their vehicle. I immediately noticed that the bricks of cocaine were not sealed in evidence bags. They were as they were in the photos which were circulating, to which I referred above. This was contrary to the national instruction and the protocol of exhibit handling. which makes it mandatory that the exhibits are sealed in tamper-proof bags and are clearly marked. We then formed a human chain to bring the exhibits from the vehicles into the walk-in safe.
Just to understand. Now, just following up from my previous question, in all of this, Brigadier Nyuswa and Major General Sinona, they are seeing this activity
Yes.
and they can see you and others forming a human chain.
That's correct.
Who is issuing instructions?
Warrant Officer Pangase and myself.
You were also issuing instructions.
Yes.
What instructions did you give?
That we form a chain.
Oh, it was your idea.
Pass the
Okay.
exhibits on.
Okay. And in terms of handling the exhibits, would that have been appropriate, with hindsight, of course?
If it was properly done at the scene, which I don't know. I don't know that they have LCRC there that took fingerprints, that dusted for DNA, for fingerprints and all that. It wouldn't have been a problem. But if that was not done and they were still going to do it, then yes, it would have been a problem.
Okay.
So when you were handling these breaks or these packets, your hands were not covered. You were just putting on further fingerprints and DNA onto these packets.
We had gloves on.
You had gloves.
We had the latex gloves on.
Everybody else had gloves
Yes,
on. Okay.
yes.
Please proceed to paragraph 56.
We put the exhibits in the storage. Major General Snow and Brigadier Nyuswa, I observed this. They had no objection. In any event, I assume that they had discussed this with their team. As a provincial commander of DPCI, provincial head, they had the ultimate responsibility and authority to issue commands. Neither myself nor anyone in the office were in control anymore. Warrant Officer Pangase was in charge and under the direct authority of Brigadier Nyuswa. My role and those of members from my office was to follow the instruction given by Warrant Officer Pangase and Brigadier Nyuswa. Another strange thing is that they did not require the booking or registration of the exhibits at the office. We did not have a SAP 13 register since its decision had been taken in 2017. The office would not store exhibits. Brigadier Nyuswa was well aware of this, and I presume Major General Sonona would be aware. The exhibits were not recorded in any form of book. We were also not given a copy of the original SAP 13 register. Essentially, there was no booking of registration of the exhibits as required by the national instruction. Put differently, the exhibits were not recorded in any register. This was a big risk as the exhibits may have or could have been potentially stolen by any person handling them. The exhibits were also not counted. Again, neither Warrant Officer Pangase nor Major General Sonona or Brigadier Nyuswa even remotely suggested that the exhibits be counted or registered somehow. Once all the exhibits were placed in the safe, and I was told that there were 541 kilograms of cocaine. I could not verify this as there was no counting, and I did not have the keys to the safe thereafter. In terms of the national instruction, even if the office could receive the exhibits, it's required that all exhibits must be physically checked and marked, received correctly or not, in the column next to the item described, paragraph 11.5 of the instruction. Note set out the information which must be provided. The information includes station name, receiving station, telephone number, CP30 number, CARES number, first cell number, the rank, the name and initial, and the signature of the official receiving the exhibits. Obviously, the aforesaid contemplates the storing of the exhibits in a police station, not an office building, which make matters worse. But even then, there should have been some form of recordal. Yet no documentation, let alone formal, was done setting out the above.
I think Commissioner Kumalo, if I'm not mistaken, had asked why would you not have insisted on some form of recording of the exhibits? For example, they could have said there are 541, and then a week later they say, no, there's 300 kg. Why did you not, with that risk, insist on at the very least some form of recording?
Because the fact, Commissioner, that I was just storing it. They, after placing it in there, they requested the keys and they left with the keys.
And at this time, I think we had gone through it earlier on, in where you then gave the keys away. There was also no documentation handing over the keys to them.
No. He requested the keys after the exhibits was placed in there, and I gave him the keys.
Please continue to paragraph 61.
Maybe before you do that, Colonel, the answer that you give that they took the key, they told you it's 541, and you accepted at face value. So you didn't do your own count as these things were coming in, even quietly. You didn't ask to do a count for your own preservation. You know that you don't want. I would assume that you would have been careful not to be caught in a situation where they said 541, and as Mr. Skakani says, that a day later, Mbangase comes back and says, now there's only 540. There was 541, we told you yesterday. You didn't have that protection for yourself, and I don't understand why you wouldn't have done that. I mean, I do have sympathy and maybe some understanding for what the superiors have said, but there's things in this whole scheme that just don't make sense from a selfish point of view of, I need to know. These things, they tell me 20, how do I know it's 20 in fact? And just try explain how you thought about it, how you were processing. You were obviously suspicious of it. That's why you're talking about another strange thing is they didn't require the booking or registration of exhibits. You have made the observation of an anomaly that you saw, that these things, they were circulating somewhere, pictures, and by the time they come to you, they're in bags, they're not sealed. So on that day, at that time, you already had your own discomforts and suspicions about what was going on, or discomforts, let me say, about what was going on. And yet you don't do the simple thing of satisfying yourself that when they say 541, it's 541, because they're left in your building for which you are responsible. Can you just explain that kind of behavior?
Commissioner, I hear what you say. The fact is that if we had the SAP-13 there, and it was going to be stored in my office, and it's going to be under my control, I'm going to have the safe keys. And that makes all the difference. Because I've got no say over those drugs. I don't have the keys to that safe. That's why I didn't, and the way it came in there, not in evidence bags and stuff, that's why I didn't want anything to do with it.
So that's the view. Is that the view that you took because of all these strange things that you're seeing happening? You took the view you want nothing to do with it, and let them do. This is their thing. Let them do it.
That is correct, Commissioner.
Okay. Thank you.
Go to your paragraph 61.
Once all the exhibits was placed in the safe, Major General Sonona and Brigadier Nuswa came closer. I then locked the strong room, both the keys, and handed the 2 sets of keys to Brigadier Nuswa. Neither Warrant Officer Pangase nor Brigadier Nuswa or Major General Sonona requested a briefing on the security of the office. They did not ask for or do an inspection. I paused to mention that at least Brigadier Nuswa was well aware of the state of security, the vulnerability of the office, and the previous break-ins.
So, sorry, Colonel, I just want to check with the photos. So they go to the driveway. Did they at least walk throughout the offices to check for other exit areas? That is at least Warrant Officer Mpangase? Or they ended up at the human chain level?
They ended up there, and they all exited back that way as well when they left.
So they would not have gone to the front desk to check and the access from the main door?
Not on that day.
Yes, I'm talking about that day.
Yeah, not on that day, no.
So they offloaded.
And they left
locked.
the same route again.
Okay.
Yeah.
Brigadier Nuswa, was he familiar with that space inside and the outsides and your neighbors? How basically the geography of that place inside and outside?
He was very, very aware of it.
He was familiar with
Yes,
it
he was.
because he's been there.
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
and he was the commander
Yes,
many years back. He knows exactly the ins and outs of that office.
thank you.
Thank you. Turn over to your paragraph 62.
It did puzzle me as to how the office would be considered to be safe to store the exhibit. It was simply not safe, let alone for such high value exhibits. As I stated above, the office was closed after normal working hours and on weekends. Further, at the time, the area was experiencing heavy load shedding twice a day. I assumed he made his decision to store the exhibits at the office, having taken all these facts into account. I could not second guess my commander's decision, especially together with Major General Sonona. Major General Sonona requested that we regularly visit the premises after hours and that we must not tell any other members about the exhibits stored at our offices.
So the regular visits were supposed to be by you and Warrant Officer van den Berg only? Or do I understand not telling anybody else wrongly? Because when they say don't tell anybody else, I understood that to mean so only you and Warrant Officer van den Berg should know about this.
That was the predicament I was in, Commissioner.
Yes. So
Was getting this-
yes.
Getting this instruction from him. The members must visit the office regularly after hours. And in the same breath, he's telling me, do not tell any of the other members, except Warrant Officer van den Berg,
Yes.
that know, the two of us that know.
So it's on that basis then that I ask, did you understand that request/instruction to refer only to the two of you? The regular visits?
It was a difficult one. What I did then was just on morning lecture, regularly request the members, if they go past the office, because of the previous break-ins, just pop in and make sure everything is still.
So you made the request to everybody, but without divulging that now there were new facts, the presence of the cocaine.
That's correct, Commissioner.
All right, thank you.
But where were the other members as the cocaine bricks were being delivered and you formed a chain to put them in the safe? Surely they would have seen that because it happened during the day.
On that specific day, I excused all of them a bit earlier.
So how many of the people who are regularly at the office saw the cocaine come in and being stored?
It was only the two of us, Warrant Officer van der Berg and myself.
Okay.
Just the two of us.
Did you not find this request or instruction particularly strange?
Yes, it did. It was very strange. I've got to secure it and visit it after hours, but I'm not allowed to tell the members that we're keeping these exhibits there.
Thank you. Please proceed. Second sentence of paragraph 63.
It was simply 63 over here.
Second sentence.
They then all left with the keys being in the possession of Brigadier Nuswa, who left in the same vehicle as Major General Sonona. Neither Brigadier Nuswa, nor Warrant Officer Pangase, nor Major General Sonona gave instructions about how the exhibits should be secured and monitored, other than Major General Sonona's request to now and then pass by the office after hours and weekends. This was not a formal instruction or part of any formal plan. The request itself was difficult to implement, as I was told not to inform other officers. The lack of a proper plan and security was rather strange, considering that before we had stored exhibits in June 2018, and there was a strict plan about securing them. Present at the office at the time.
Sorry, before you move on to that point, when Major General Senona came in earlier and he had said this was an instruction that he gave to you. So I want us to be clear. Was this a formal instruction or a request?
The way that that was given to me, I'm not allowed to tell the members about it, but they must regularly visit. You can't do that.
No, I'm saying that members must regularly visit. Was that a formal instruction or a request? I think we are going to have a debate about that.
I would say a request.
Thank you.
We've also heard from other evidence that, in fact, in law enforcement, a request is an instruction. It may be formulated as a request, but you know and understand that it is, in fact, an instruction. What do you say to that?
Commissioner, it's very close to each other, the request and the instruction, yeah.
So if General Senona were to say that was an instruction, I may have put it as a request, but in fact, I expect police officers, the two police officers, to understand that in the police, that's an instruction. Would you fault him for saying that? If he says, I did give an instruction.
No, I won't fault you for that. Myself and Warrant Officer van der Berg, it was good for us because we knew about it and we went the extra mile to visit the office. But I couldn't expect that from the other members. So I couldn't give them those instructions. They would have thought, what's going on here?
Yeah. Let me ask you this. On the back of that answer, you are the in charge. This is your house, Port Shepstone office. And you know that there's valuable exhibits in there. And you're left with it. I understand you don't have access to it because the key, it's locked and somebody else is responsible for the key and therefore they're responsible for the access into that space. But it's in the perimeter, it's on your property. Why would it be wrong to say to you, you are the head, you know what's in there, you should have instructed your members, in fact, without telling them, without having to disclose, you should have given instructions to your members and firm instructions to rotate so that there's always visibility as much as possible to your premises from your members And why would they not follow that kind of instruction from you?
Commissioner, firstly, manpower. We just weren't enough members.
Could you not request assistance from Newswa, Sinona, to say, get me people, I would like to rotate people here so that 24 hours we know someone is driving by or someone is in the vicinity?
I did not do that, Commissioner.
You didn't do that,
No.
but there was nothing that precluded you from doing
No,
that. You could have done it
could have
if you had thought about it.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
For a second, I just want to understand from General Senona's testimony. No, I think to be fair, on the earlier issue, General Senona had testified that then head General Libya was made aware of the storage, just to be fair to the witness. On the earlier point, it just troubled me to raise it as a point. They said they did inform him, albeit thereafter. We then go to your paragraph 64.
Present at the office at this time is Major General Senona, Brigadier Newswa, Lieutenant Colonel Dina Govender, Warrant Officer Pangase, and the other members of the provincial tracing team, and Warrant Officer van den Berg and myself. We were not informed of any plan about the exhibits. I say that because the national instruction and the protocol required that the exhibits be immediately sent to the forensic science laboratory, and in exceptional circumstances, no later than 7 working days. We were kept in the dark about how long the exhibits would be kept in our office. His members then all left. Warrant Officer van den Berg and he locked the security gate with a chain and padlock for extra security. Warrant Officer van den Berg then made an occurrence book entry, and we activated the alarm, and we locked the office and we left.
Just to understand, this would have been around what time? So we know that they came up at about 4:15. What time would you have then locked the office?
It was dark at that time already, but it was winter, so it would have been just after 6 o'clock, I would say.
And you then left?
We then left, yes.
And do you know if there was any load shedding over the night around the area? In that day in particular?
I cannot recall 100% if there was, but that was a period when we had very bad load shedding.
Okay. Okay, please go to your paragraph 67.
I did request members to pass by the office when they are in the area. I did not give them further details as I was instructed not to.
Colonel, this is what had confused me. I had assumed that your request to the members was made on the same day. So based on your response to me and Chair that the members were not there that day, it means this request would have been made some other day.
The next morning.
The next morning when they were there.
At our parade.
But you did not tell them what the reason is for them driving around and monitoring.
No, I did not, Commissioner.
So even when they were driving around after hours, they would not know what they were monitoring.
No, it's to make sure that the office is safe, that there's no problems at the office.
Yeah, criminals are smarter than that. They can break in without you seeing that there's been a break-in.
And was there a schedule, or would I wake up and say, let me go? And then Commissioner Baloy would also say, let me go, and we get there at the same time. Was there a schedule that would have made this orderly?
We did not make a schedule, no, Commissioner.
And surely these members would suspect something. I mean, why all of a sudden are we being asked to drive around? Why this service suddenly, the safe, why is it suddenly not accessible? Why is it suddenly locked? Why is it that what was there before is no longer there? Did your members not ask these questions?
Commissioner, they won't often need anything from that safe. They are all issued with their own firearms that are on the SAP 108, their personal firearms. So it's just very seldom that they would need a firearm. We don't have official firearm practice every year anymore. So in that 6 months, there's a possibility that there was no shooting practice, so there was no need for the R5 rifles, nothing like that.
The issue never arose from June to November where one of your members asked, Colonel, can we go in here? What's happening here? Why are we suddenly required to drive around after working hours?
Commissioner, no, they didn't. Because nobody need to go into that safe. Warden Officer van der Berg, he's the one that normally goes in. If anything is needed by them, he would go and take it out and give it to them.
And a follow-up to my last question. I gave examples of 2 officers deciding to go and going at the same time. But there was also, in the absence of a schedule, the possibility that everybody would not wake up and everybody would think, Officer Kumalo has gone, Officer Baloy has gone, and in the end, nobody goes. Do you want to comment on that?
Commissioner, the guys go to the office quite a lot after hours because of work that they must do, prepare for court cases and all that type of thing. So you won't find a weekend where there's not 2 or 3 people
I'm
at the
talking
office.
2 a.m., 3 a.m., which is the most likely time that burglars would go there. They won't go at 5 p.m. when you are still busy, or even 7 p.m. when those who are quite energetic in terms of their work would still be there. Talking 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m.
I agree with you there, Commissioner. We didn't have a formal schedule like that.
In the morning parades, did you, or at any point, did you make inquiries from your members in whatever form to see whether there is that kind of monitoring happening? I mean, if there was a formal schedule, I suppose, in the morning you would then look and get confirmation that people signed in if it was a formal thing. But in this loose arrangement, did you do anything to see if indeed there was some level of monitoring by members?
Members would normally, if they go and visit the office after hours, make an OB entry and sign it, that they've been at the office, everything was okay.
But the drive-bys at night, I mean, I imagine when you say to members, even after hours, you're not saying they should necessarily go into the office. You want them to pass around? How do you think members would have executed that instruction from you? Well, it's not an instruction. Your request to them to keep an eye and pass by the office. How do you think they understood and would have implemented it, other than to come and unlock the office?
That was what I intended to, or what I actually told them, is to open the offices, go in,
Okay.
and normally they make an OB entry. Some are lazy. They open up and they have a look and they lock again and they go.
And would you check that OB your OB book, would you check them in this period to see whether someone did come in or not?
I check it, that's one of the registers. I also check once a week.
Okay. So in this period, you were doing that?
Yeah, I was doing
So you would have a record of who came in after hours on
Yes.
a particular date and at what time?
that OB would be available, Commissioner.
Thank you.
2 p.m.
Good afternoon. It's 2 p.m. We are ready to resume the hearing. Please switch off your devices. Thank you.
Yes, Mrs. Kakane.
Thank you. Can I read through? We're at your statement, page 21. We were dealing with paragraph 67, and it was about you requesting members to pass by the office when they're in the area, you recall? Are you there?
Yes, I'm there.
I just wanted to clarify something before I move over. I was going through some part of the record, and according to his testimony, Major General Senona said he took the keys, not Brigadier Nyuswa. What would be your version on that?
They at the office, Commissioner, I gave the keys to Brigadier Nyuswa.
Okay, no, that's fine. I just wanted to clarify that part. Okay, so please continue to your paragraph 68.
In terms of capacity, the DPCI office safes could store large quantities of drugs. The one safe was able to store the exhibits in question. I must point out that previously, when Brigadier Nyuswa was still the unit commander there, we had stored a large quantity, 4.5 tons of hashish, dagga resin, in one of those strong rooms. That was also there for a lengthy period. So I believe it was a complicated investigation that was conducted by members of Durban office and involved Interpol. We also had stored drug exhibits before that was strictly for short periods. The only time was when we were to store 2 million Manrex tablets in June 2018. Those exhibits were stored for 2 nights. In terms of security, the alarm system was still linked to armed response. Importantly, we had police officers guarding the offices throughout, even at night, until the exhibits was taken to the Forensic Science Laboratory in Pretoria. Otherwise, we never stored exhibits of high value. We had never stored a large quantity of cocaine. Definitely, we never had stored more than 50 kilograms of cocaine. I can say this as I have been based at the office since it was opened in 2004. In conclusion, the storage was unsecure and not suitable for the exhibits. It made me wholly uncomfortable.
Thank you. Okay. I just wanted to check before we move over to that new section whether the commissioners have any issue or we can proceed to the new section. Thank you. Please proceed.
Warrant Officer Mpangase needed to come to the office to take samples of the exhibits. He asked that we must allow him into the office. I then instructed Warrant Officer van der Berg to assist Warrant Officer Mpangase. I was not involved when Warrant Officer Mpangase came. I also do not know what actually happened when he came. However, I know that they came several times, including on the 23rd and on the 24th of June. I also know that in that period, the exhibits were sealed in evidence bags. I must point out that our office was not involved in activities of Warrant Officer Mpangase and those accompanying him. We just gave them access. They had the keys to the safe. They needed us to open the main gate. We were not in control of the safe or the exhibits. There were also no register that was completed. On the 29th...
Just before you go, on that, so I think it goes back to what Commissioner Baloyi was saying. So it is your office and they literally are coming in as they please and you don't know what they are coming in for. You would not have verified whether the number they gave you as 541 was accurate. could it be that they would have stolen or they could have taken some of the exhibits while they were this busy?
Commissioners, when they sealed these exhibits in the evidence bags, Warrant Officer van der Berg was with them. He compiled a list for them. I do have the list here.
Right. Commissioners, that list is it's Exhibit CJC 202. It's an A4, it's a list. So please just explain to the commission what this list, who compiled it?
Warrant Officer van der Berg compiled this list for those members from Durban when they sealed the exhibits in the exhibit bags. As you can see, there were 27 of those black carrier bags. Each of them, in the first column is the number. The second column is the unique number of the bag. And in the third column shows how many bricks there were. They were all except one of them was 20 bricks. That one, it's highlighted in green, that one had 21 bricks in it. And then on the last column, it shows the color of what the bricks.
But Colonel, these numbers don't add up. If you just take from 1 to 10, if it's 20 bricks each, how many bricks does it give you?
200.
And then when you take that up to 20, it gives you 401 because 16 has 21. Now, if you count further, that's already more than 450. So if you look at this document that you're holding and the evidence before us, already these numbers don't add up.
I'll have to have a calculator here, Commissioner.
Chair has just corrected me.
It added up when...
It's not 451, it's 541.
When I added it, it was adding...
451 was stuck in my head. And my chair is alert because he's like, it's the other way around. So 541 is the correct number. And then you said the last column, sorry?
That was just the color that it was wrapped in.
So when it says yellow/black, what does that mean?
Some of those bricks that's in there is yellow and others are covered in black.
So it's combination.
Combination.
Thank you.
And there was one, let me just, it says various colors. That can faintly be seen on that one photo. There's blue and there's different colors in there.
So if you look at the second entry, there is orange/black, and then there's white/black. Earlier you had said it was yellow and black. When did it change?
If you look on the photos, you can see that, Commissioner.
Okay, it's as the photos.
Yeah, but the photo, you can't exactly see. Like the various colors, you can't see nicely what colors they are.
Okay. No, that's fine. And then at the bottom, there's 4 entries there.
Those were the 27 kit bags. They were broken up 8, and 3 because they were too big for the evidence bags. That's why.
And who labeled these exhibits?
Those members from Durban put them in, Warden Officer van den Berg assisted them to seal it, and they marked it.
So the members marked it where?
There in
There.
the strong room.
Okay, so they had a book where they registered these exhibits, I would presume.
I believe it was entered during those 2 days. They entered it in Port Shepstone in the SAP 13 there.
So if we go to the records at Potchefstroom Police Station, we would have found this register.
Yes,
Okay. And it would correspond.
yes.
Okay, thank you.
Colonel, when you say, in paragraph 71, you describe the involvement of your office, and yet in paragraph 70, you say you instructed Van den Berg to assist Warrant Officer Mpangase. And then you then say that they sealed the exhibits on the 24th in exhibit/evidence bag. What exactly was Warrant Officer Van den Berg's involvement in assisting Mpangase? What does it entail?
According to him, he assisted them to type out, to draw up this page, the CJC 202.
Okay.
And he assisted them through the SAP 13 clerk in Port Shepstone to get these evidence bags.
Okay. You said something about labeling labeling the evidence bags. Was he involved with that?
He was involved with the sealing
With
of
the
them.
sealing, you
Yeah,
said.
they did.
So he would know that a bag had 20 bricks. I mean, if he was involved with the sealing of a bag, I'm assuming because those bags, the ones that I've seen at least, are transparent. So
He was
would
present.
know how many because he was present and he saw it.
Commissioner, yes, he was present there.
Okay. So he would be the one to tell us that in fact there were 541 bricks that
That's
were
good.
put in evidence bags.
That's correct, Commissioner.
Thank you.
But I've just counted these very quickly, and I get 568. Can you explain that? You can check my sums. I'm probably wrong.
I get the same number.
Commissioner Baloi doesn't trust my sums. She says I'm wrong.
$541 I get, Commissioner.
Kanjani, also.
That's the number I get, but
I give up.
Our 541 stops at 27. And then what follows there is the kit bags, 8888. What is that?
Those are the carrier bags that the bricks came in.
So it's the carry bags. So those numbers 8888 is not the bricks.
No, those are the
Chair and I
bags.
counted them as
I
bricks.
just looked at the numbers without looking at what's written on the left. Apologies for that. Please continue, Mrs. Kakani.
thank you, Chair. Let's then proceed to your paragraph 72.
Thank you, Commissioner. On the 29th of July of 2021, I met Brigadier Naika at our office at Port Shepstone. As I said before, he's the SANEP coordinator. That's the South African Narcotics Enforcement Bureau, and that falls under the DPCI. He told me about the cocaine stored at our office. I did tell him that I was not comfortable with the exhibits being stored at the office, as the security was not up to standard.
Just before you go forward to the next section, one of the concerns that perhaps we share is what you're meeting Brigadier Naika just over a month since the storage. Were you aware of what was the plan? What was the plan with these exhibits?
He didn't tell me, so I don't think he knew what the plan was with it.
And did you follow up? I think earlier, if I'm not mistaken, you would have interacted with Brigadier Nyuswa. He's your direct commander. Would you not have discussed with him what was the plan for these exhibits?
I did not, Commissioner.
Thank you. Can you move to your next section, which we're dealing? Unless you want to expand?
No. In terms of the national instruction and the protocol, all the exhibits had to be sent to Forensic Science Laboratory. If a Manzimtoti laboratory was unable to accommodate the exhibit, it was prudent that the exhibits be sent to the laboratory in Pretoria or in the Western Cape. This has been done on other occasions. As I have stated above, the office was not secured. I was particularly vulnerable after hours and on weekends and public holidays. Even after the exhibits were stored at the office, the security did not improve. One would have thought that the provincial office would have taken serious steps to ensure the security of the office. I had made numerous applications for the security alarm to be improved and linked to armed response. Brigadier Nyuswa was well aware of these applications. The latest application before the exhibits were received was on 13 January 2021, which was sent directly to Brigadier Nyuswa, together with a warning. However, no approval was received. The last application was made on the 6th of February 2023. At the time I left, there was no approval.
Just to CJC, Commissioners, CJC 201 is another application that was sent. But it's just to show, as the witness had indicated earlier, that up to date, still there is no armed response or to that office. So it remains vulnerable. And again, as you can see, it does indicate what is required. And at the time it was sent to Colonel Mote, am I correct?
That is correct. He was acting for a short period.
Okay. Thank you. We can move back to your statement.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Paragraph 76.
Months passed by with no further communication about what was to happen with the exhibits. In late October 2021, there was an attempted break-in at the office. Someone tried to access the kitchen side of the office. The glass window was shattered by a stone. While there was an attempt to gain entry, the person was unsuccessful. The incident happened during the weekend when there were severe load shedding. The alarm would not have been working as a result. After I investigated the incident, I prepared a factual report which I sent to Brigadier Nyuswa. I had called him to inform him about the incident. He seemed unfazed about it. There was no steps taken by the provincial office to enhance security, even when the attempted break-in happened. The attempted break-in should at least have raised an alarm at the provincial office and Brigadier Nyuswa in particular. Immediate steps to ensure either the removal or the transfer of the exhibits or enhanced security should have been taken.
Can I just ask, perhaps, do you think that that break-in in October was somehow related to the one in November? Just
It would be very difficult for me to speculate on that one, but I do not think it was related. The way it was done, they broke the window with a rock, and then with the same rock trying to, it's quite thick burglar bars that we've got there, to try and force that open with that same rock, it wasn't going to work. So I don't think it was real professional people, but it's just speculation from my side. I don't know, I can't say.
Colonel, indeed it would be to speculate, but I would have treated it as perhaps it's someone testing your responses. And I'm surprised that none of the people in the chain got concerned about that. My first instinct, knowing that there's that kind of consignment in there, would have gone to maybe someone was just testing to see how we respond. And therefore I would have, taken steps to act instead of just sitting back.
Commissioner, that is a possibility.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Commissioners, on the 4th of November 2021, I received a call from Lieutenant Colonel Jacob, the one we spoke about earlier, from the Durban Serious Organized Crime Investigation. He informed me that he was appointed as the investigating officer, replacing Warrant Officer Pangase, presumably. He asked me when I will be available, as he needed to come to the office to weigh the exhibits. I told him that I was not available the following week, from the 8th to the 12th of November 2021, as I was going to a workshop. I told him that I would be available the week after that.
I don't think you read, I'm sorry, the whole of paragraph 77.
Shall I read it again, Commissioner?
Because I think, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Sikakane engaged you as soon as you had referred to the October 2021 attempted break-in. And then there's quite a lot there, even you again reporting the incident. I don't remember that being read into the record. Am I mistaken, Mrs. Kakan?
No, I did read the complete one.
You? I give up this afternoon.
I can read it again, Commissioner. Can I read it?
No, if you read it, no, it's fine.
I think perhaps it's safer to read it all, Commissioner Chairperson. I think it's just to be on the safe side. Please, apologies, would you read it again?
In late October 2021, there was an attempted break-in at the office. Someone tried to access the kitchen side of the office. The glass window was shattered by a stone thrown. While there was an attempt to gain entry, the person was unsuccessful. This incident happened during the weekend when there was severe load shedding. The alarm would not have been working as a result. After I investigated the incident, I prepared a factual report which I sent to Brigadier Nuswa. I had called him to inform him about the incident. He seemed unfazed. There was no steps taken by the provincial office to enhance security, even when the attempted break-in happened. The attempted break-in should at least have raised an alarm, and the provincial office and Brigadier Nuswa in particular. Immediate steps to ensure either the removal or the transfer of the exhibits or to enhance security should have been taken.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think we've already gone through paragraph 878. Can we then go to paragraph 79?
79. On the Sunday, the 7th of November 2021, I went to the office to pick up some documents which I needed for the wildlife trafficking workshop that week. I went up the stairs to my office. I did not notice anything untoward. I parked at the bottom gate entrance and went up to my office on the first floor. The entrance was secure by a chain and lock.
Can we then, just to contextualize things, go back to some of the photos so that we see the entrance that you used? Would you, if you go to photo 5 and 6, it's pages 5 and 6 respectively in the annexes. Were those the steps you utilized?
That's correct. Those were the steps,
And then,
Commissioner.
and you parked where in front of that? Where did you park?
Exactly where that BMW is standing.
Okay. And then you alighted and went through the stairs upstairs.
Up to the stairs.
Okay. And it would be possible, who else is in the top floor, in the first floor?
All the management, as well as the admin people, are on the top floor.
So any of them can use that side step?
That's correct.
So if they go up the side step into their offices, they wouldn't know what is happening downstairs, like your understanding?
You are correct,
Okay.
Commissioner.
And inside the first floor, in terms of the layout, how do you go down? Is it steps?
There are steps leading down from our boardroom to the bottom.
And it is an open area?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so you would hear if there's any activity,
You should, yeah.
and you would be able to smell anything? Being an open area, obviously.
It's large, it's big,
Yes, yes.
but the possibility is there that you could smell it, yeah.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's go back to your statement. So I think you are in that paragraph 79, you'd start at in that weekend.
In that weekend, we experienced heavy load shedding. As such, even if the alarm had gone off, it would be deactivated by the lack of electricity. I stayed at the office for about an hour, and thereafter I locked up and I left.
Did you activate the alarm when you left?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
On Monday, the 8th of
Just before we go, so in terms of activating the alarm, how is it activated exactly?
each one of us has got a code.
So at each exit, you punch a pin.
At that entrance of ours on top,
Yes.
as well as the bottom one, there's a keypad there where you activate or deactivate it with your PIN.
There's doors by the driveway. Also, there's a keypad, I think you said.
There where the BMW is parked here.
No. Where there was a driveway where the exhibit.
Those wooden doors there?
Yes, wooden.
No,
There's no keypad.
because nobody goes in there. It's locked from the inside.
Yes, but in terms of accessing the building itself. So if I use that door,
You can't enter it from the driveway.
no, if I jump over the gate,
Still, you can't access that door. You can't go in there. You must open it from the inside.
no, I understand that, but I'm saying in terms of the alarm.
No, there's no keypad there.
Yeah, so I'm saying if I have the right tools, I can access that without the alarm being triggered.
You will trigger it with the sensors that are in the passage there,
Yes, no,
Yeah.
I understand that,
but you can't deactivate it there.
that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay, so but I can trigger it. I won't be able. It's not triggered just by opening the door, even if I'm breaking in.
No, it will. It's got
It will be.
sensors. It's got sensors on the
Oh,
door.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's fine. All right. Please proceed.
Commissioner, on Monday, the 8th of November 2021, I reported for duty as normal at 0600 hours. I'm usually the first one at the office. I went straight up to my office at the first floor using the external side step. I did not notice anything towards. I also did not smell anything. I then started working.
Sorry, just before you go, you're saying that you started working. When were you supposed to go to the workshop?
I think it was 9:30 that morning.
Oh, it was 9:30, okay.
Yeah.
So you go upstairs and you didn't smell anything?
No,
Okay,
started working.
okay, thanks.
It was about 10 to 7. Warrant Officer BJ Pinar phoned me and said we had a big problem and I must come down to his office. As I was starting to walk down the steps, I could smell a peculiar smell, which you normally have when metal has been grinded open with a metal or steel grinder. When I got down, I saw that the office was, Pinar's office was trashed. I also noticed that the safe door was standing halfway open and the blue chair, which was inside the safe, was standing outside in the passage, and that both locks were grinded off. The passage was covered in dark, powdery substance. I walked to the safe and saw that all the exhibits was taken.
So you say, and obviously you insist that you didn't smell anything or when you got into the office for those 50 minutes?
No, I did not, Commissioner.
Okay. Okay, please proceed.
I walked back to Warrant Officer Pinar's office and saw that entry into his office was gained by forcing open the aluminium window and the complete removal of the burglar bars from the wall. And they then forced open his wooden office door. I attached here 2 pictures taken on the day showing the exterior and interior of the office. These are marked JPP 12.1 to 12.28.
Thank you, Chairperson. We'll just correct the labeling, I think, earlier of these photos. But I do want to go through some of them, but I think we would have adjusted them at some point. If you turn over to these photos, starting at page 123. Or perhaps.
Can I go through them, Commissioner?
Yes, you can take us through those photos.
That must be photo 3. It shows the entrance gate to that hardware shop. Photo 4 shows the chain and lock that was cut off. The next 2 photos, you can also see the one link was cut in half. Photo 7, on page 125, shows those concrete pipes, as well as the next photo on 126. And then on 126.
On the floor there, are those what's that?
Those are the torn open exhibit bags that those bricks of cocaine were in.
So they actually took the exhibits out of the bags?
Yes, they did.
So how would that work? It would mean they will take each brick, put it in another container or bag.
They could have taken those same black carrier bags because that was missing as well.
Okay, the kit bags.
The kit bags, they were sealed in 4 exhibit bags.
Yes.
Was they also gone? It's a possibility that they used the very same bags to put the bricks of cocaine in. If you look at the photo in 127,
Sorry, just before, did they, according to your knowledge, did they remove all the exhibit bags?
from the safe.
No, what I'm trying to, when they removed the bricks from the bags, from the exhibit bags, was that in respect of all or some of them?
All of them.
What could have been just the rationality of that? Why couldn't, if they had time, why couldn't they just take them in the exhibit bags? And
I think the possibility is if they are caught or something with that, it can link them back. Nothing else can link them back, but those exhibit bags can link them back quickly.
obviously they would have drugs, so either
Yeah,
way.
obviously the drugs as well, but I mean, to say exactly where it comes from.
I see, okay.
If you look at 127, some of those bags, they've pushed it into those concrete pipes, the empty bags. Same as in 128. Same as in 129. If I can just take you back, Commissioner, to 127. There you can see what the fence looks like between our office and that hardware shop. Very easy for them to get over that. And the window is just there on the left.
So the kit bags were also in their own exhibit bags?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
If you look at photo 16 on page 130, Commissioner, there you can see where they broke the window open. And you can see the part of the blind hanging outside there, and you can see that burglar bars is gone in front of that window.
The burglar bars, is it the normal residential burglar bars, or for your police stations and other areas, you use special reinforced steel bars?
They are custom made, they're much stronger, Commissioner.
Okay, so they're not the usual residential?
Not the usual thin ones. These are much, much thicker.
So I would take it, if you were to use a grinder, it's not the grinder that's a normal grinder. It would be some heavy grinder.
Not that thick. You cut that with a normal grinder.
With a normal grinder still?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
But if you have a look at on page 131, there you can see they didn't completely, because it's one big burglar bar that covers all 5 of those windows. 2 small ones on either side and the big one in the middle. They've just 2 sides, they got it out of the wall and then they just bent it in so they could get through.
And before this, no one had identified that is even long before this consignment. I'm looking at the picture at photo 16, for example, where you've got that wall and you've got the barbed wire, and then you've got the window. I don't have a sense of the distance between the wall and the window, but no one had identified this proximity, this wall, as a risk factor for the DPCI office. Because, I mean, it looks like someone could easily scale over that fence. If they cut the fence, they could easily scale over the wall. And there they have access to your yard and they have access to that window. That has never been identified as a risk.
I think that Lieutenant Colonel from CI that gave that report, I think he did indicate it in there, because this is the second time they broke into one of the BJ Pienaar's office. Exactly the same window that they broke in previously. The distance, Commissioner, from that wall where you see the barbed wire on and the window sill of our office is less than 1 meter. So if you're standing on the wall by the barbed wire, 1 step and you're on the window of our office.
Is it the one in 127, just before photo 10? Is that the distance?
No, not in 127. You can see it better on 130, that one, Commissioner. Or on page 18, on page 131, there you see it the best.
And there had never been a discussion, at least that you're aware of, about fixing this obvious, what looks like an obvious risk, for example, either breaking up the window or making the wall higher. There's never been that kind of discussion about what can we do to reduce this risk.
When we had those different security companies there, we were going to rectify that with beams. It was part of the
Plan.
of the plan. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Can you go to page 136?
Yes, Commissioner.
Sorry, that's the, I'm just saying continue with explanation.
There you can see that these aluminium windows are not very strong. If you push a screwdriver or something in there, the hinges are just pop riveted onto the frame. So it's very easy. You just put a strong screwdriver in there and you pop them out, and this is what happened here. So they took the whole window frame off there.
So if you use a grinder, for example, for these Pekla bars, it would make a lot of noise, isn't it?
On the outside, yeah.
Okay.
It will be much quieter on the inside for them. Then won't hear it so easily on the outside.
So, and obviously it must have been, well, it would have been over a weekend. No one would hear anything.
No.
And particularly on this day, no one, you had come earlier on the Sunday, that is.
Yeah.
And you wouldn't have noticed this. So perhaps maybe let me phrase this differently.
The possibility is there that I wouldn't have noticed it.
So if on the Monday, Warrant Officer Pinar had not brought this to your attention, you would have, if he was absent for one reason or the other, you would have prepared for your workshop, 9:30, you leave. You wouldn't know.
No, we've got parade every morning, 7:30. We've got parade with all the members.
Okay, so you'd only discover it at that time.
Even before that, because there's other offices there close by there as well.
Okay, and when you on the Sunday that you were there, would you have been able to discover this?
There's a possibility that I wouldn't have. I didn't go into the bottom of the office. I didn't.
So it could have been that this happened on the 6th, on the Saturday,
It could have been.
or the Friday.
I don't think the Friday. Captain Jeza was there on the Saturday. He had to prepare for a high court case.
Okay.
So he was there basically the whole Saturday.
Okay. So on Saturday, at some point, it could have been the case after he had left,
It's a possibility,
or
Commissioner.
the Sunday.
It's a possibility.
Then we turn to page 137.
That's just the condition that Warrant Officer Pinar's office was in. Same as 138.
at this point, who was at the office? Was it just the two of you? At 10 to 7, that is.
He was the first one that saw it,
Yes.
and you could smell it clearly there at the bottom. So I don't think the other members were there yet. I think it was only himself and myself that was there.
What does he say? What does he say? He says we've got a big problem.
Yeah.
And what's that problem? What does he say?
No, I didn't ask him. I went down immediately.
Yes. And then what did you say to him?
I told him, you're right, this is a big problem.
Did you tell him that there were drugs?
At that stage, I didn't tell him yet. It was only after I reported it to Brigadier Newswa, and he said I must get all the relevant role players out. When they arrived there, they asked me what was stolen.
No, we'll get to that.
Yeah.
But I'm just trying to get at this time that he says there's a big problem. He doesn't know what was stored in the safe.
No, he didn't.
The version that I'll just confirm, I think Major General Sinona said Warrant Officer Pinar was aware, but I'll just double check that. But according to you, he was not aware and he didn't seem to be as so shocked that drugs were taken. No, I'm
You said
saying-
something about Brigadier Pinar, and I didn't. I
So
missed what you said.
they gained the entrance through his office.
Yes.
And then he would have noticed the break-in of the safe.
Oh, I see.
So ordinarily, if he's not aware of what's in the safe, in as much as it's a problem, according to him, it may well have been firearms in the safe or water. I don't know what could have been. And I don't know what the explanation that Colonel Prinsloo would have given to other members when the firearms were moved to the other safe. So I don't know what they said was in that safe, but he would have, ordinarily, we wouldn't know exactly what was taken. That's the point I'm trying to get to.
I don't know if Pinar would have thought that the firearms was in there,
Also, he thought it would have been the firearms.
because the firearms stay in that safe.
Okay. All right, please continue.
If you look at page 139, is also still his office. 140 you can't see so clearly. That's where the door stands open, where you can see that the locks were cut off and that blue chair is standing outside.
Yeah, so I just wanted to confirm that Major General Sinona's testimony was that at the on the 22nd, he says his testimony was that Warrant Officer Pinar was there. You would disagree with him?
I was not there, Commissioner, so I won't know.
No, when the exhibits came.
No, Pinar was not there when the exhibits came.
Okay, so he's wrong in that.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. Please proceed.
That photo is not very clear on page 140. If we go to 141, that's the sum of the footprints, shoe prints that are in that. It can be seen in that black dust of the grinding. Same as 142. 143, you can see clearly how the two locks were cut there on the door.
Is this now the outside of the door at page 143?
That's the outside of the door, Commissioner.
Okay.
You can see the two locks that they've cut out. You can see them lying there where it says B1 and B2. Same as page 144. 145, you can see the two locks and that blue chair that I mentioned standing outside. On 146, you can see the inside of the lock that would have been on the inside of the door. On 147, you can see that in that black case that's standing there, that was also in the safe. It's a big spotlight that a portable spotlight that we use on crime scenes at night. That was also in there. They never touched that. 148 just shows you the floor space where the drugs was. It shows you that those smaller safes used to house the firearms. Those were not touched. And 149 just shows paperwork and stuff that is still left in that safe.
Can I just ask, so in that safe, so only they knew or they targeted only the room 22?
That's correct.
And am I understanding that there were no firearms or any exhibit in that room?
Nothing.
Okay. So it was only these items, paper and all of this? Only. Okay. And they didn't touch room 24?
No, not at all.
So they knew what they were coming for?
They knew what they were coming for, and they knew exactly where it was. Yes, Commissioner.
Okay. All right, thank you. In your assessment at the time when you come downtown, when you come from upstairs from your office, and having seen all of this, what's your assessment? Did it seem, obviously,
And whoever cut those locks knew exactly what they were doing. Because on the inside of the door, there's special mechanisms. If you don't know exactly where to cut it, you won't be able to open the door. Because there are security stuff built into the door that will stop it from opening, although you've cut the locks out. And they knew exactly how to still open it.
and would you speculate so far as that someone either from your office, alternatively, one of the members that came on the 23rd and 24th, and between those days, could be involved? Would you go to that extent of speculation, or it's someone that understood how that safe works?
Commissioner, or somebody that was there when the stuff was delivered. So possibilities what you are mentioning, as well as the members that brought the stuff there, that knew exactly into which safe it went into.
But would they also know the inside of the offices?
Some of them, yeah.
I think we had gone to a point where we said there was no inspection of the offices, and you formed the human chain, and yeah.
Yeah, but from where we entered with the drugs, they would have known in which safe it's going into. That they would have known.
Yes, I'm talking about you mentioning they would have known which section of the safe to target.
Which safe? Which of the two safes to target? Yes, Commissioner.
Okay.
If you look at, Commissioner, if you were there,
Yes, continue.
warrant of subpoenas, when they were there on those 2 dates, warrant of subpoenas, when warrant of Van der Berg assisted him there, warrant of subpoenas door was locked, it was closed. So for a person like that then can think, oh, that's the last office in that passage. And they broke into the last office, the last window. Meanwhile, it's not. Do you understand what I'm trying to say, Commissioner?
Please explain
So
again.
it's somebody that was there
Yes, on the 22nd.
on one of those 2 days,
Which
or
is-
on the date they brought it. That by mistake, they broke into the last window of that they thought was the last window in the passage to get entry into the passage. Meanwhile, they broke into Pinar's office.
Oh, I see.
So it's somebody that mistaken himself there, that was there, the door was locked, so he thought it's the last window. Meanwhile, it wasn't.
And obviously, it's a huge consignment
It
that
is.
that was brought in 3 combis, you said.
1 or 2 people wouldn't have been able to. There must have been a couple of people there.
I think you had said around 20 of you were there.
Yeah, say the criminals that came to remove it. 1 or 2 wouldn't have done that.
Yes, no, I'm just trying to highlight that when they came,
Yes,
the human chain was, you said, roughly 20 people.
that's correct, Commissioner.
So they would have needed some, at least a quarter or half of that number.
That's correct, Commissioner.
All right, and they would have known they wouldn't have come for a small consignment.
Exactly.
Okay, all right. Please proceed. Paragraph 83.
We cordoned off the scene. As it was now an active crime scene, I immediately called Brigadier Newswa to inform him about the burglary. He seemed shocked and said he was coming, he was on his way. As this was now a crime scene, we called the Potchefstroom Local Criminal Record Center, Potchefstroom Visible Policing, and the detectives. They came to the scene and inquired as to what was stolen. Before I could tell them, I called Brigadier Newswa again to ask him permission to disclose what was stolen. I did this because of them previously telling me not to tell anybody about the exhibits. Brigadier Newswa said that we must disclose everything. I then informed LCRC and Bispol that it was 541 kilograms of cocaine, valued at over 200 million, that was stolen. They then started to process the scene.
Can I just ask 2 questions from there? Where was, is it Warrant Officer van der Berg?
In the meantime, he's also arrived at work.
Oh, he had arrived now?
Yeah.
Okay. And obviously, then you say there's 541 kilograms. And would you have known that because of CJC 202, or you would have relied on what you were told when they brought the exhibits?
Yeah, I knew after Warrant Officer van der Berg was involved there, I knew how many bricks there were.
So you were certain what was stolen? You were certain what was stolen?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, please proceed.
The Local Criminal Record Center's main responsibility is crime scene management and to take pictures of the scene for the purpose of forensics analysis in terms of the national instruction. LCRC, that is responsible for any scene, is the one in whose jurisdiction the crime occurred.
So just to be clear, the crime would have occurred in Potchefstroom,
Yes,
and the relevant LCRC would have been the Potchefstroom one,
that's correct.
right? And would they have had the capacity to process the scene?
Yes, they do have the capacity.
Okay, please proceed.
Brigadier Newswa then arrived at the scene. Major General Sanona also later arrived. Brigadier Newswa then called a special team from Durban LCRC. He did not say why he called the Durban LCRC, especially because Potchefstroom LCRC had already started processing the scene.
And did the Potchefstroom LCRC stop with the work, or they worked together with the Durban team?
No, they stopped.
And
Stopped.
what happened? They just stopped and left, or they stopped and watched?
Stopped and watched when these people arrived from Durban.
Okay. Was it explained why there was a special team from Durban?
Brigadier Nuswa didn't specifically tell me. He just wanted that team from Durban to come and assist.
Okay. Oh, that's fine. Proceed.
So, but then would there be a record from LCRC Potchefstroom? I mean, they did come to the scene. They did
Yes.
deploy to the scene.
Yes, there would be a record from
There
them.
would be a record of what they did up to which point.
They-
And then there will also be a Durban report.
That's correct, Commissioner. Although we never saw it.
Yes, but ordinarily, in the way
Yes.
things work,
Yes.
the Durban LCRC should also have its own report.
That is correct, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Just to follow up on that, what you've stated, you say you've never seen the Durban record.
No, it was never supplied to us.
Okay.
It was supplied directly to the investigating team from Pretoria, here from Pretoria.
Okay. Okay, please.
Ordinarily, what would have happened? I mean, the crime scene is on your property. Would you ordinarily get a crime scene report? Because it's your location that was affected, and it is goods that were under your roof. They may not belong to you. You lodged the report. You're the one that called Potchefstroom Police to report, and you called LCRC. So ordinarily, how does that work? Who does the report go to?
Commissioner, it goes to the investigating officer. Brigadier Sabia, he was in charge of the scene. He's the Ugu District Detective Commander. He came out to the scene. He appointed Sergeant Jones from his office. He was going to be the investigating officer. He then started with his work. Later, it was communicated to us that the team from Pretoria will be investigating the case, not us, our office, or the local detectives would be involved in that.
So the short answer is those reports don't come to you, the LCRC report. They go to the investigating officer.
That's correct,
All right,
Commissioner.
thank you.
Please proceed.
Brigadier Sabia was in charge of the scene. He later appointed Sergeant Jones to be in charge of the scene and the investigating officer. The break-in was widely reported, and it seems it was appreciated that the office was not suitable. I attach here to one of the newspaper articles marked JJP 13.
Thank you for the record. JJP 13 appears at page 151 of the annexes. That's just a newspaper report highlighting some commentary from an expert about the security of the place, but that's as far as we can take it. Please go to your paragraph 87.
A case was opened at the Potchefstroom police station with case number Potchefstroom CAS 129 of 11/2021. I was not involved with this investigation. On the 9th of November, no. Commissioner, my affidavit says the 9th of November, but I subsequently retrieved my diary of that specific week, and it's supposed to be on the 11th of November. I was summoned to Major General Sinona's office in Durban. I went to the office, and there was Major General Sinona, Lieutenant General Mosekile, as well as Brigadier Nuswa and Brigadier Naika. I was interviewed about the break-in. It lasted about 90 minutes. It could have been a bit longer. Lieutenant General Mosekile conducted that interview and I answered questions. The other officers also asked me questions. I did tell Lieutenant General Mosekile that the alarm was not serviced and was not linked to a security company. She was very shocked and made notes. Subsequently, there were follow-up internal investigations. All the members at my office were called for polygraph testing. We all underwent the test. All the members were subjected to a 3-hour test. My test was for 6 hours. I was treated as a suspect, but I did pass my test nonetheless.
Are you aware that polygraph tests were conducted in respect of all the people who were involved in the delivery of the cocaine? Delivery at Port Shepstone?
Commissioner, that was never communicated to us. It only communicated to me. I got a letter with everybody from Port Shepstone's names on there and the dates they must be there for their polygraph testing. So the rest of the officers, I don't know.
How soon after the theft did this polygraph test, were the tests conducted?
It was done over a period of 2 weeks because they only did three people.
But was it in December? Because the theft happened in the first weekend of November. And then when was the polygraph test conducted?
I would say it was before December. No,
Before
it was
December,
before
the
December.
same year.
I think it was within 2 weeks.
Okay.
Commissioner, the exhibits were never recovered. Well, I've been interviewed several times in relation to the matter. I do not know the status or the progress of this investigation.
Thank you. Just as a way forward, or some of the issues that I'd like to understand, just two. Do you think, I may have asked this, do you think all of you, in particular your superiors, acted in line with the applicable regulatory framework? That's the national instruction and the protocol.
Sorry, I missed the question.
I'm saying, do you think, is it your view that, I would understand that were your superiors, did they act in line with the national instruction and protocol?
No, definitely not.
Definitely not. Okay. No, that's fine. I think that is all on my side.
In paragraph 70 of the statement, where you say Warrant Officer Mpangase needed to come to the office to take samples of the exhibits, do you know whether anything was taken away by him on that day? By Mpangase, how many or how much, what exactly was taken, to where, and was it returned, and when?
I was later told by Warrant Officer van den Berg no samples were taken.
None were taken?
No.
But Mpangase did arrive on the 23rd of June?
On 2 occasions, yes.
Yes, and didn't take any samples?
Not that we are aware of, no.
Okay. And then at 71, you say there was no register. That is the very last sentence where you're describing when they arrived, you gave them access, keys to the safe, you opened the gate, and then you say there was also no register that was completed. Can you just explain this register?
Warrant Officer van den Berg made an OB entry for each time that they came. Exact time they came, exact time they left. But as such, like a visiting register, no, we don't have that. But he made an OB entry every time they came.
So when you say there was no register that was completed, it's not as if there was a register to complete.
No.
You're just saying there's no document
Yes, that's correct,
that was done.
Commissioner.
Does that mean, therefore, that you don't, Potchefstroom office doesn't have a record or never had a record of the officers who came that day to deliver the cocaine? You don't have a list of names?
No, no.
Okay. And then in paragraph 72, you speak about Brigadier Naika of Saneb. How would he have known that the drugs are kept at Potchefstroom? Was he present when the drugs were delivered
No.
to you? He wasn't. How would he have known then?
I presume he was informed, because all seizures of drugs gets reported through his office.
That's a seizure. We are talking storage. So I'm asking about the storage. How and why would he have known that where they are?
I really I can't tell you who informed him. That I don't know, Commissioner.
Ordinarily, whatever his position is, you say he's the SANEP coordinator
For South Africa.
for South Africa. What does that mean? Do you know what that position means?
All drug-related matters goes through his office.
Okay. And would that include that now the drugs are at FSL, that kind of detail?
Yes, he would have that.
He would know that.
He would know that.
And so he would know where they are stored.
Yes.
If they had been left at Isipingo, he would know.
Yes.
So you're not surprised, you're not making anything of the fact that he knew that the drugs are at Potchefstroom?
No, I don't.
Okay. And then further on, at 78, you say you received a call on the 4th of November. This is a few days before the theft or the break-in. You received a call from Colonel Jacob. And then he said now he's the investigating officer. You had been told and you had been dealing with Bangase as the investigating officer. How does it work that a police officer calls you? There's no formal communication from NUSWA to you? You hadn't received any instructions. Bangase was introduced in NUSWA's presence, that he's the investigating officer. How does it come about that Colonel Jacob can just pick up the phone and call you and say, now I'm the investigating officer, without you hearing from your superior?
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner, that was originally why I put it in my statement, the first statement that I conducted for this theft. I also found that odd that Brigadier Nuswa didn't inform me of this, and that it happened a couple of days before this break-in. That's why it was mentioned in my statement. I would have thought that Brigadier Nuswa would have phoned me and said, there's a new investigating officer appointed now. It's Lieutenant Colonel so-and-so. He will contact you. Please allow him entry and assist him.
And even after the 4th of November, he never spoke to you about this new investigating officer? He never said anything to you?
No, he did not.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Karen.
If I were to draw up a list of suspects as to who stole this cocaine, members of the DPCI would be number one on my list. Do you want to comment on that?
Commissioner, not only members
Of course, that's a no. Just answer that part of it. I'm actually going to go where I think you want to go. But number one for me would be members of the DPCI.
I would agree with you, Commissioner.
And then I do not discount the possibility that other people outside of the DPCI, possibly even outside of SAPS, could have been informed by the DPCI or SAPS that the cocaine was stored in Potchefstroom So there is that wide, amorphous group of suspects as well. But number one is DPCI.
Commissioner, I agree with you, but as well as those members, they're not all DPCI members that assisted to bring the cocaine there to my office.
Or I assume that those were DPCI as well.
No, it's a task team.
Or some not.
Yeah.
Oh, all right, all right. But in any event, in the event that they were outside, those outside would still have been even if the theft was committed by outsiders, those outsiders would still have received information from the law enforcement officers you've just referred to. So those law enforcement officers, including DPCI, would still have been complicit.
I agree with you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Something else. You said in paragraph 50, you say that the team of people that came included the tracing team, which is composed of TRT members and DPCI members, and then their commander is Dina Govinda. Do you remember that? Ordinarily, and you say this team is ordinarily involved or was formed to deal with cash in transit cases. Now, ordinarily, who would accompany the transport of drugs? What is unusual about this cash in transit team or the TRT members being with DPCI members to transport this consignment?
The possibility is there, Commissioner, that they just assisted Warden of Simpangase for manpower to bring the drugs there to Port Shepstone. Because they're obviously well armed.
Yeah. Ordinarily, do the TRT ordinarily provide support for the transit of drugs that have been seized, such as this?
They do. When we had that large amount of mandrax, it was a TRT from Port Shepstone that assisted us to take the stuff to Pretoria.
Okay. So the fact itself that there was TRT as part of this team in itself, it doesn't necessarily, you're not mentioning it to indicate something odd or unusual about who came.
No, Commissioner.
You were not doing that?
No.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Colonel.
Can I just follow up on that? Apologies, Commissioner. The combis, just to be clear, were they sub-marked vehicles or they were unmarked?
Commissioner, you've got me now. I think some were marked, some were unmarked. Yeah, because TRT used marked vehicles, but there were some of them that were unmarked as well.
I'm talking about the combis.
Some of them were unmarked, but I can recall at least one was marked.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Colonel, lastly, you've heard me earlier expressing the concern that something is horribly going wrong here. But because of if you were invited to make suggestions that would empower officers to speak up in situations like this, because for me, an ordinary member of the public who is not in the police force, I do not understand what happened here, and that someone of your seniority who is left in whose custody these drugs are left. Yes, the key is with somebody else, but it is your office. I know I would have been concerned that if there's a break-in, they will look at me and say I'm a suspect, which you say is what they did to you. So I would have been much more interested, I think, to get security and other things in place. So that's where my question comes from, that if you were to be invited to make suggestions about what should be considered to be done to to ease things up so that when there are concerns like this, which are real concerns, and we know this from the consequence, if nothing else, to empower police officers or enable police officers to take up these matters. Matters should not have to die at Brigadier Nyuswa because for some reason he's not interested in making sure that there's security. It shouldn't end up with Brigadier Nyuswa that the drugs are kept at a place that's wholly inappropriate by any definition. And they should not have been there, but that you should have been empowered to escalate the matter. What would you suggest, if anything?
If I would be invited, you mean out of this commission?
Been in this commission, if we said to you, make suggestions to us, what improvements you think or changes should be in order to mitigate situations like this.
I will do that, Commissioner.
Do you have any thoughts immediately, or you want to give it some thought?
Not now. I must give it some thought, Commissioner.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Skakan.
Thank you very much, Colonel. You are excused. Do we resume at 9:30 tomorrow?
I presume so. I know there's an issue about an application, but I should presume it should start 9:30 tomorrow in any event.
Let's adjourn and resume then.
Thank you.